Yeah, we ain't about that mainstream. That what's popular ain't true. What's true ain't popular. Flip, Miss Swiss in the house. We come through it with some sharp. We cut right through. We don't follow trends. We got our own groove. Breaking the mold, making the move. We ain't about that fake facade and switch. We stand proud in our eye. We see through the tricks and love to defy society standards. We're gonna fly. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. One face of sadness.
Skull and Globers, episode 34, the core of the globe belief. Let's get it.
Days after days, pseudoscience just a big charade. Making theories they just can't explain on philosophically biased claims. Days after days, we break away just like a renegade. So pay attention, gonna get a grade. With school and globers till they all awake. School and globers with diplomas and a chip on the shoulder. Debate is over, mind is sober, solar system disclosure. Can't go back once you heard the facts. You make a pact, never take the backs. School and ballers and the followers that give them the dollars. They try to holler in the chat that you're a fraud, not a scholar. They hating y'all, that's why they attack. The earth is flat no matter how much they laugh. Days after days, pseudoscience just a big charade. Making theories they just can't explain on philosophically biased claims. Days after days, we break away just like a renegade. So pay attention, gonna get a grade. With school and globers till they all away.
In a world. All right, what up, fam? So, should be a cool show tonight. I titled it The Core of the Globe Belief. And, you know, a little play on words. Obviously, we're going to discuss the core of the globe model. But I want to cover a few things in a bit of a meta way. That I think needs to be covered. If you're new to the show, if you want to join the show, I'm going to do a little bit of a presentation, and then you can join with the link in the description on Discord. That's Earth Awakenings on Discord. The description link will take you straight to the channel that we're in. If you want to support and donate during the stream, the link is right there on screen and in the description. That's kofi.com/Witsit. The mods will occasionally drop the link to support in the chats, and your donation will pop up on the screen. We'll periodically read them. And if you do, in fact, believe in the globe Earth model that we were all told and pretty much all once believed, you get priority. We do not like to hear the accusations of an echo chamber. This place is so not an echo chamber that I actually occasionally throw a pair of glasses on and still man the globe. So you guys get priority. We ask that you be respectful, don't interrupt, and this is the rule that seems to be the most difficult to follow for some people, but keep it on subject. And again, the subject tonight is the core. So this is a huge subject, right? Because the core has all kinds of nuances within it, the idea, at least, of a core. And We'll probably get into more of the technicalities, and we'll try to keep it in a digestible format after I kind of cover some of this meta here. But the reason I called it the core of the globe belief is I want to really break this down, right? So the number one thing that we hear from people is, where's your flat earth model? And it is implied that there is a working globe earth model. And you may have heard me say this, but we don't have earth models. And so I ask all the time, I'm like, oh, you have a globe earth model? Can you send me a link to it so I can check it out? It doesn't exist. There's no such thing. We don't make models of the entire earth. So typically what people mean when they say that is they want a map, and they don't know that the globe earth map is flat. It's just a globe flattened out. Doesn't work. The spherical coordinate systems of longitude and latitude are kind of the required parameters for any patent or published map ever since the king made a decree, funny enough. And it's just a projection, right? And there are dozens of projections. It doesn't prove what the Earth is. If the Earth is a plane, you certainly could map it out as a globe, and that is what has happened. And then we make all kinds of corrections. People tried to navigate in the south. It didn't work. They updated it over time. Even GPS makes meridian corrections, etc. So that's not what this is about, but that is what everyone's always asking for. I want to make sure we understand the idea of two major things, and these are overarching things with this entire discussion. If you want to figure out why is it such a popular movement, why are there so many people that are interested in this subject, why is it not going anywhere, and why does it have like a 99% retention rate? And it's very simple, right? There's a group of people that are like, I'm going to keep believing what consensus told me unless you can replace it, because it's just too uncomfortable to question it, to go against it. It takes too much time to look into it. And I have answers given to me, whether or not they can be proven, whether or not I understand them. Scientists that are smarter than me did it, and you're going to have to replace all of those alleged answers I have. And so those people will never, ever move away from the globe position with that mentality. There's a group of people that realize that falsification is independent of replacement. There was a story we were all fed when we were very young. I mean, we really had no reason to ever even consider it wasn't true. We were just told that, in fact, indoctrinated with the belief at a very young age. And we are told very overly simple layman explanations and theories and ideas that we can easily repeat and digest. And instinctively we reject it, and they say, no, well, you won't fall off the ball. No, you can't dig all the way to China, blah, blah, blah. All right. And so I won't go on a whole rant about that, but the point is that we were told a specific thing. We're told that the Earth is a globe and that it's spinning, tilted, wobbling. There's a core in the center of this globe. It's flying through space, etc. We went and tested that claim, and we found out that claim is not correct. And so what we are left with is reverting back to the default position, which is the Earth's a stationary plane. And the globe model admits that that's the default position. They say, yeah, it looks like that. And yeah, we have to treat it that way, but that's not really what it is. Trust me, bro. So keep that in mind. Falsification is independent of replacement. If you have some type of visceral reaction to that statement or whatever, you are respectfully going through cognitive dissonance. So now I want to really drive this home. We don't have a model of the Earth, okay? So we model different phenomena. Specifically tonight, what we're going to talk about is the alleged phenomena of a core at the center of a globe. And that is oftentimes referred to as the Geodynamo model. You know, someone once told me, oh, go to Google Earth. Someone told me that on X a couple days ago. I didn't know I could look at the core of the Earth on Google Earth. I didn't know I could look at the causal mechanism of the magnetic field from the center of a globe on Google Earth. Of course you can't. And so I want people to understand that when you're saying, where's your flat Earth model? It's actually kind of an ignorant question. I know it may even come in good faith, right? You want to know, well, how do the seasons work? How do sunsets work? How do this and that work? And I get it. I thought the same thing when I heard it. I'm like, well, how would everything work? But we model different phenomena, right? And we're going to address the core of the belief. And this is very important. If you can't even establish the core of your belief, and it doesn't work, even in theory, you have a major problem. And especially when it comes to the globe, as everything comes from the core, right? Gravity is relative to the center of mass. The Earth's magnetic field comes from the core. The very elemental composition of the Earth itself, that means gravity is the prerequisite for everything. It's for the spherical shape, right? It's supposedly coalesced by this gravity, and it allows the moon to remain in such a proximity that it remains tidally locked, and blah, blah, blah. The core is a huge portion of this claim. Right? So we're going to get into if that can be substantiated, if it's even scientifically viable or possible. And you may be surprised. And if you're being honest, you're going to step back and be like, wait, well, falsification is independent of replacement. And you're going to understand that we need empirical evidence to support positive claims. So what I'm going to do to start the show is I'm going to play a video, and a lot of people that are maybe new to the subject are probably unfamiliar with this, but it may surprise you. And let me change the screen for Discord. So they say that the radius of the Earth, the globe Earth, is 3,959 miles. Of course, radius being the distance from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere. So the diameter is that doubled. So how do we know what is 4,000 miles down? How do we know you could even go 4,000 miles down, or that's how far the Earth goes? How would we know that? And the globe Earth's side would tell you that, well, based on our assumption that it's a sphere, we look at things like the sun, right? The rays of light from the sun, and we've worked out this model, okay? And we've gotten this size. So the answer is that you assume it. So let's get into how good does this model work. And I want to make another point. I really hope that people are listening in good faith, but obviously that's out of my control. Shout out to D. Shannon. Love what you're doing, Austin, and keep it up, brother. Thank you so much for $25 tips and kind words. Illuminati confirmed it covered half my face. So if this is what's really oftentimes overlooked. And I know this is a lot of meta, but I'm just want to make sure that you guys are in a position to accept and digest what we're about to cover. Flat Earth is kind of just a term, and it's basically a bunch of people that have woke up from the idea that the Earth is a globe. And we've discovered we're not allowed to freely and privately explore it, and that no one even knows anything about it, and we had to relearn everything, etc. 99% of people who believe in it don't even know what it is. And you will find the flat earthers are almost always more informed on what it is. That's why they don't believe it. So that's a very interesting phenomenon. Regardless of what you think, this is a real life phenomenon happening in the 21st century. When people diligently research and become familiar with what the globe Earth model entails, they no longer believe in it. That's very interesting, right? That the vast majority of the people that believe in the globe, they don't know what the globe is. They don't even know the basics. And I proved this. I traveled the United States. I offered $200 cash, answered 3 basic questions, and they're like elementary, very rudimentary basic questions about the globe, and no one knows them. And every flat earther will tell you, I didn't know much about the globe until I really, started researching it when I heard about this. So we have discovered that what we were told is not true, and now we have an extremely censored grassroots group that is trying to kind of piece together what's going on. And if the Earth is not what we've been told, it changes everything almost, right? The very nature and fabric of reality has shifted. Now, to expect a group of people in 7 years to have fully replaced every theory that exists about the Earth and the universe is absurd. But this is worth noting. If you have had a theory that is hundreds of years old and has all the world's funding, all the universities, millions of physicists, astronomers, astrophysicists, geologists, you name it, right? Major big corporate funding and government grants, working in compartmentalized fields to try to make this model work. And they still cannot do it, even in theory. That should raise a red flag for you. Obviously, in science, you're always pursuing more knowledge. You never are going to know everything. But last thing I'll say, we're going to get to the video, think about the double standard here. If you're like, well, what's the flat Earth model? How's this work on a flat Earth? And if someone speculates, you'll say, prove it. Wait, where's your experiment? Can you prove it? How do you know that's the case? I don't think that would work. Or if they say, I don't know, we can't verify that. Oh, you can just be dismissed and you don't even have a theory. That's what people do, right? But when the globe model doesn't even have a model or a theory for a specific phenomenon, or it doesn't work and can be disproven, that's okay. That's how science works. So that is incredibly inconsistent and biased. And if you are operating that way, you're not going to be able to see this. So there's kind of the prerequisite meta here. Now we're going to watch a video. It's very interesting. Like I said, they claim that the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. And let's see what happened when they dug the world's deepest hole, right? Because how can you really verify, what's 4,000 miles down if we've never been there? Obviously, on its face, you can't. You can only speculate. You can only theorize. You can only try to come up with it in different ways. And typically do that by looking at vibrations in the Earth and all this stuff. You may be surprised to see what happened when we actually went and looked. So let's just play this video and see. I think I'm going to play the part where it actually explains what the borehole is. So that's going to be 4 to 12. So it's like 8 minutes. We're going to play the full 8 minutes. I think the second 4 minutes is definitely the most important. So, all right, let me pop over here. Whoa, sorry. You probably can't even have heard that, but dang, the music was blasting. All right, cool. So Discord can see it, and you guys are going to be able to see it. Sorry, that was crazy. Let me pop the PDF off. YouTube up. All right, cool. So the world's deepest hole ever dug was in Russia, and let's check out what happened.
Kola Superdeep always remains the record holder for a number of amazing discoveries. With a depth of 12,262 meters, it is still the deepest well on the planet. It was among the few ones that were originally designed solely for research purposes. Scientists have set a goal to study the most ancient rocks of our planet and learn the secrets of what was going on there. The Baltic Shield near the Kola Peninsula was chosen as the drilling site. Scientists chose this particular location because some of the oldest igneous 3 billion-year-old rocks come to the surface here. And the Earth itself is just a bit older, about 4.5 billion years old. That is, digging deep into this ancient geological formation, scientists had a chance to see the Earth in its infancy.
Okay, and real fast, just to make sure everyone's on the same page here. When you have the globe model, right, you have a certain amount of gravity, you have a certain amount of mass, you have a certain amount of density. You can actually go back to what's called Cavendish, this reification fallacy of this idea of gravity. And they got the supposed density of the Earth, and so that gets into the elemental composition, like what are the layers of the Earth, what elements is it comprised of, what are the densities, etc. You're going to have a weight, a density, a mass. You have very specific parameters those have to fit within, right? And so they've created a model, and obviously we have layers all the way up to the mantle. And let's say that you drastically change the density of the mantle. Well, then you're going to have to drastically change the subsequent layers, right? Because you have to maintain this specific window to keep your theory alive. So it's important to note that most people will tell you, we know what's under the Earth. We know the layers. We know how all of it works, right? We know how it goes all the way down to the core. And that is the primary aspect of the globe model, right? And they show you these cartoons and stuff. So keep that in mind, that for the core all the way out to the surface of the Earth, you have very specific parameters. Like, it has to fit within your other theories to even be possible, right? Or it's falsified. And so keep that in mind when we're about to watch this. And then especially in the context of, how do you know what's 4,000 miles down? So I just wanted to point that out in case people weren't familiar with that.
Well drilling began on May 24, 1970. It took 4 years to reach 7,263 meters deep. It was drilled with a serial processing unit that is usually used in oil and gas recovery. After that, a new drilling rig with turbine drilling was mounted where only the drill head was rotating instead of the entire string. The turbine was 46 meters long. It ended in a drilling head with a diameter of 214 millimeters. It was ring-shaped and had an undrilled rock column in the middle, a core with a diameter of 60 millimeters. A core receiver pipe ran through all sections of the turbine, with the collected columns of mined rock. The main goal was to obtain this core. The string immersed in the well with drilling fluid weighed about 200 tons. Just keep in mind that specially designed, light alloy pipes were used. If the column were made of regular steel pipes, it would break under its own weight. Inevitably, there will be some accidents as you drill deeper and deeper into the crust. The most dramatic one happened after a team took some time off to participate in the International Geological Congress in Moscow. On September 27, 1984, they got back to work. And this became the most unfortunate day in the history of the Kola superdeep. The well didn't forgive being left unattended for a long time. When the team stopped drilling, some of the walls that weren't fixed with a cemented steel pipe became deformed. The column was lifted as usual, but then it jammed and broke when the team was trying to remove it. A turbo drill and 5 kilometers of drill pipes remained in the well. 5 years of work went down the drain. Of course, the work went on. Several drilling attempts were made to bypass a challenging area with stuck equipment. This is a well-established practice that involves drilling a new route from a certain point. There were quite a few difficulties and accidents. The team hit a dead end quite a few times. Therefore, the well is not structured as a single line, but rather a complex route with multiple branches resembling some bizarre giant planet. It took the team another 6 years to reach the depth of 12 kilometers once again. In 1990, the maximum of 12,262 meters was reached. Keep in mind that the thickness of the Earth's crust on land reaches 30 kilometers. The well was over 12 kilometers deep and was the greatest engineering achievement.
Keep in mind that the crust is 30 kilometers. How do you know that? You just told us the deepest it was ever dug. How would you know that?
At that time, but it didn't even reach half of the crust's thickness.
Oh wait, they have there are tons of scientists and geologists that have done this for a living. We have all kinds of technology. They obviously know that the crust is 30 kilometers deep, bro. Like, that's science, you silly flurf. Like, we know what's underneath us, right? Like, we may not can go there, but we know what's inside the earth, right?
Which is itself very thin on a planetary scale, especially when compared to the underlying almost 3,000 kilometer thick mantle.
I just want you to take it in. This is
Scale, especially.
This is called a cartoon. This is an animation, right? So this is a theory. So kind of visualize that. Obviously, spin it around 360. Keep it in mind.
When compared to the underlying almost 3,000 kilometer thick mantle. This was followed by a few more accidents, and people lost hope of getting any deeper than that. We've done everything possible from an engineering standpoint back then. It seemed as if the Earth no longer wanted to reveal its secrets. And so, the drilling stopped in 1992. Despite the fact that we've reached over 12 kilometers depth instead of 15 kilometers that was initially planned, the Kola superdeep project proved to be more than successful from the scientific standpoint. Researchers received valuable information every few meters of drilling. We were quite glad to discover a new ore horizon, such as fairly shallow industrial deposits of copper-nickel ore at a depth of about 1.6 kilometers. An even more interesting find was a geochemical anomaly, a rock layer with a high gold content of up to 1 gram per ton.
Wait, why was it a geochemical anomaly? Piece of advice when you're looking through the modern religion of scientism. Okay. When you hear the word anomaly, what it actually means is that the model doesn't work. Okay. A geochemical anomaly, how would you determine that? Well, that means based on the chemical makeup of that environment, you couldn't have gotten that element or that product, right? It doesn't make any sense for the model they have of what's at that place underneath the surface. It's like impossible. It's like an unknown occurrence. It's an anomaly because they can't explain it. That's a big problem. Just to breeze past geochemical anomaly, and this is the major trick, and people that have researched this have found this out. When something directly refutes their model and they can't explain it at all, not even in theory, they label it an anomaly. And it's such impressive wizardry. What they do is they invoke that very thing as an exhilarating scientific discovery that actually verifies their model. They did the same thing with dark matter, right? Again, real quick, 1933, Fritz Zwicky looked at the Coma cluster. That's just a group of galaxies together and only had 1% of the mass predicted by gravity. Did they say, okay, clearly our gravity theory is not working at all. It's not even close. It's off by 99%. I don't know what the standard would be where you can no longer accept a theory as viable. I would imagine that 99% is probably more than enough to know your theory's wrong. Now, what do people run around saying? We know dark matter exists. We know that this mystical missing mass exists in some other form, and that actually verifies our understanding of gravity. It's insane. So that's what they're doing here. They're presenting it as this amazing discovery. Oh, it's geochemical anomaly. No, it showed that your model's wrong, right? That's the way science actually works. You've now went and been able to tangibly access this area, and it refuted your belief system. It refuted your theory, your idea, not a scientific theory, conceptual idea. It didn't work. Okay, I just want to point that out because it's crazy the way that people spin it. And I mean, it's just scientism, right? It's an ism. All right, let's keep going.
The thing is, this layer was discovered as deep as 9.5 kilometers, where it is unprofitable to extract the valuable metal. But this still had scientific value. In addition to practical data on subsoil useful for industrial applications, scientists received groundbreaking information on the real structure of the Earth's crust. The geological profile forecast of the well didn't prove to be true. The structure they expected to see for the first 5 kilometers turned out to stretch for 7 kilometers and was quite surprisingly followed by some low-density rocks. The basalts predicted to lie at a depth of 7 kilometers weren't found at all, even when they reached 12 kilometers depth. The deep seismic sounding of the site was done before performing the work. Scientists believed that there was a zone in which granites transitioned into a more durable basalt layer, where they registered the greatest reflection. In reality, it turned out that less hard and dense fissured rocks, namely Archean gneisses, were lying there. That is, everything we thought to be true about those depths was proven wrong. This revelation took scientists by surprise. No one could have predicted this. But this new information has shown the data from other deep geophysical studies in a different light. The researchers didn't always succeed in extracting rock samples at great depths. Take, for example, the core column we've mentioned earlier. When raised to the surface from a great depth, even such an exceptionally hard material as granite crumbled due to the pressure drop. Scientists often need to deliberately slow down the lifting of the core, even taking a few days in order to preserve the sample in its original form.
I mean,
Scientists were even more surprised by the...
You heard him point blank say, everything we thought about those depths were wrong. And what I actually want you to understand here, we'll remember the timestamp, but this visualization is good. Okay, the seismology, they're looking at vibrations, right, and like waves, sound waves. And this is how they map out everything. And they say, oh, well, based on the frequency of this wave, then this is the material, this is the density of material that has to be there. It has to be this density there, this density here, right? It's actually not near as malleable as they would have you believe. This is a major falsification of the model because, again, if you're interpreting the seismology a certain way, the way that they do that is they say, okay, we know the Earth is a certain size, right? We know the Earth is curving at a certain rate, which means if I'm going to extend out like horizontal from my location, the Earth's going to curve down away from me. So now we're going to interpret the sound waves based on that assumption, right? And you're going to go through that depth, and based on how big the Earth has to be, you're getting sound waves from what you perceive to be great distances in this globe Earth, which means based on the frequencies observed, it has to be a certain density. It has to be. You don't have this immense window where you can just throw it wherever you want to. Some people may instinctively think, well, dude, they're trying to figure out what's like underneath the Earth. Of course, they're going to be wrong about some things. That's how science works. No, that's not how this model works. It's not allowed. Okay, because you're making a specific claim the Earth is a globe, right? Certain size, certain density, certain weight. So when you have certain distances, you can actually see frequencies and measure them coming from through the Earth. So that means in order for your model to be correct, it has to have certain densities at certain layers. And they showed it was wrong the entire way down. And then when they expected a specific type of salt layer to, appease that need for a certain density layer there based on the reflections they were getting, they never found it. It wasn't where it was supposed to be. They never found it. So the ramifications of this are major. This is a direct falsification of the model. And so if your side gets to just constantly move the goalposts, and make up another unverified, made-up claim, and move some numbers around and just start making stuff up and calling things geochemical anomalies. There are mystical gnomes under the Earth that are creating new forms of chemistry or whatever. Like, that's called a religion. It's an unfalsifiable belief. And Karl Popper said it best, right? The staple of science is falsifiability. This is major. Okay, we'll move forward just a little bit, listen to a little bit more. But he just point blank told you everything they thought about the model. All of their predictions the whole way down were wrong. And we're supposed to believe what's 4,000 miles down? Are you kidding me? Just repeating this, that's how science works, isn't going to get you out of this falsification.
As they moved deeper. At first, the temperature was expected to increase by about 11 degrees per kilometer. However, at a depth of 2.2 to 7.5 kilometers, this figure has already jumped to 24 degrees per kilometer. It turned out that the temperature was about 70 degrees Celsius at 5 kilometers depth and climbed to 220 degrees when they reached the 12-kilometer mark. This is much higher than was initially predicted by scientists.
Initially predicted, as if now they get to make the new. It's not a prediction. It's a post hoc rationalization. It's a fallacy. It's a post-diction. Post hoc rationalization. You have a theory. It doesn't match the evidence. After the fact, you just start trying to rationalize it by making things up baselessly so that you can keep your predisposition intact. It is fundamentally fallacious. It's called post hoc rationalization. And listen to how far they are off with the temperatures. It's not even close. And bro, this is very, 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 very important because you're going to see in a second that the temperature of the Earth, including all the way down to the core, is incredibly important. And they have a very tiny little window of the temperature that core can be in. It's mind-blowingly small. Okay, this is incredibly important. And so again, just imagine the shoes on the other foot, and you asked a flat earther to tell you what's going on inside the Earth, and then they gave you some type of model, and then you go test it, and it's off this bad. You'd be like, see, yeah, because we know the Earth's not flat. We know your model's wrong. But not when it comes to this, right? You get infinite post hoc rationalization leniency. But just really pay attention to the numbers here. What was the expected change in temperature as you go down? It gets hotter and hotter, right? It's supposed to change at a certain rate. And then here, look and listen to exactly what they saw. It's not even close, bro.
To preserve the sample in it and how it changed as they moved deeper. At first, the temperature was expected to increase by about 11 degrees per kilometer. However, at a depth of 2.2 to 7.5 kilometers, this figure has already jumped to 24 degrees per kilometer. It turned out that
it was double. It was over double what they thought. It increased at a rate of over double.
Temperature was about 70 degrees Celsius at 5 kilometers depth and climbed to 220 degrees when they reached the 12-kilometer mark. This is much higher than was initially predicted by scientists. quite amazingly, 14 types of fossilized microorganisms were found at the depths that were believed to have no organic matter, and those deep layers were over 2.8 billion years old. At even greater depths, where there are no sedimentary rocks...
How would you know organic matter is 2.8 billion years old? What? And we're going to get into all this in a second, but like it's a joke. Why weren't they supposed to be there? Because you have a whole entire belief system. The Earth is this old. It took this long for gravity to coalesce it, and then it developed these layers, and there are these sedimentary layers. And we're going to get into a lot of this tonight, but they were grossly incorrect, right? I mean, little take it with a grain of salt. Microorganism fossils. The point is that this is pure, blatant, unadulterated pseudoscience. That's what this is.
The researchers found a huge concentration of methane. And all of this is just the part that the general public can easily understand about all the amazing discoveries made at the Kola superdeep. Humanity was humbled once again about how little we know about our own planet.
Oh, well, they'll talk to a few Globers. They weren't humbled. All right. So I find that to be very interesting. Obviously, that really just drives home the point that we reiterated. You're going to claim to know what's 4,000 miles down, but you were wrong every single step of the way to about 7.8 miles. Every way. It was hot. It was hotter than it was supposed to be. Where it was wet, it was dry. Like every part of it, the elemental composition, gravitational anomalies, the densities were wrong. Everything was wrong. And so, but we're supposed to now believe like, oh, sure, you got it all the way wrong down to 8 miles, but really your model was perfect just under 8 miles. So sure, we were completely wrong the entire way down. But once you get past 8 miles, our model's right again. And those same people would have told you, oh, we know for sure what's 8 miles down. That's the most testable area, right? That's the place that we're most confident because that's where the waves are in the closest proximity to us. They're closest to us. So we know for sure the densities of the Earth and the temperatures and the elemental composition of the Earth a few miles down because we're looking at the waves come right through there, right? And they were not just a little off. Everything they thought was wrong. Everything. Dude, this is major. This is how they come up with so many other parts of their story. Like, what do you need to see to realize that the story is just wrong? The answer is nothing can ever prove it wrong. If people assume to know it's true, they're just going to keep trying to make it work, right? And this is not science. And this is important because, again, this is the positive claim on the table. And you can't even have a magnetic field without like a very specific core, which we're going to get into now. So that's very interesting. You can look further into that. They didn't even name all of them. There's way more discrepancies that falsified their models. Just they were completely wrong the whole way. And like this is what people do. They'll start gaslighting you. Like, oh, that's how science works. Where's your model? Like, or we're just not going to be ignorant enough to make up just stories when we know we can't actually test it and verify it. I could definitely make a more viable model, right? You can't go much further than that, right? Because there's an inertial plane. There's a plane of inertia. There's a block domain wall. You literally couldn't go much further. But I'm not going to make up stories about it because that's pseudoscience. So I know most people don't really know that. And if you had known that, they just spin it like always and say, oh, this was an amazing discovery for science. How exciting. It's called falsification. All right. Now, so that's one step of it is like you make a claim, you go test it physically, it doesn't match it. Like your theory has been definitively falsified, like by empirical means. Then there's the other part of it where you're making up claims and theories about things that can't even be tested, right? Can't even be reached. So everything past 8 miles. That right there is automatically not science. People will call it theoretical science. It's not science at all. You don't have a scientific model. Scientific models are built upon things that have been established and verified through the scientific method. A naturally occurring observable phenomena. You propose a causal mechanism that's your independent variable, right? So you observe something in nature that's your dependent variable. Then you propose a cause and effect relationship test. You're going to test, well, I'm going to try to figure out what the cause of that effect we see is, right? That's a hypothesis. And that independent variable is what you're assuming the cause is. You don't just take that assumption and run with it and pretend it's true. No, that's what the test is for. So then you're going to do an experiment, right? And you're going to test and you're going to manipulate that variable to see if it actually does cause the effect. That's science. Okay, now that's the only way you can have a scientific model, is that every aspect of it has been verified through rigorous empirical scientific methodology. Of course, the globe never can do that, ever, never. And we're going to get into like at all. Then there's a whole nother layer to automatically it hasn't reached the parameters of scientific verification. Okay, you made up the theory, we got to where we could start to actually reach it, and you were wrong and proven wrong over and over and over. Then there's the other layer of it, which even worse than that, you can just start to theorize. And not a scientific theory, but just literally like conceptualize, like just come up with ideas. And you still have to, even to consider them, you have to be able to show that they're scientifically possible, right? Like you have to be able to replicate it, right? Therefore, you're demonstrating the viability of it or the potentiality of it. You have to show it's viable in science to even be considered, right? And so let's see if they've done that with this globe Earth model. And I call it the core of your belief because this is so easily dismissed by people. And it's like, no, this is literally the core of your belief. The globe Earth model, which doesn't exist, right? But this idea, like it can't even demonstrate viability at the core of the belief. Like literally. How can you consider it real? It's mind-blowing. So now what people will say is, oh, no, you don't know what you're talking about. We know exactly how the core works. This is the same type of thing when people say, we know exactly what gravity is, mass attracting mass. It's not. That's not what gravity is. You don't know how it works. That's not how it works. Because they tell children, right? Or maybe even middle school, high school, they'll tell you, even early in college, they'll tell you these very simple, rudimentary ideas. It's like, oh, well, magma's spinning and creates a magnetic field. Everyone knows that. And we're going to get into how that is not the case. And most people do not know it. All right. So let's pop back over full screen and we'll pull up the PDF. And then let me share screen for Discord. All right. Good times. Okay, we obviously can't read this whole paper, but this is Planetary Magnetic Dynamo Theories, A Century of Failures. All right, so this is about the alleged dynamo model, so the globe Earth core model where supposedly the magnetic field is generated. And if you can't even show that it's possible that this globe Earth model exists, you can't even pretend to have gravity, which is relative to the center of mass, even though you can't figure out what that is or test that. You can't even pretend whatever it is could exist if you can't even verify and substantiate that the globe model even could exist in theory. That is how bad the globe model is. You can't even show it could possibly exist in theory. I can certainly do that with a flat Earth, I promise. All right. So let's just read the abstract here. For nearly a century, geoscientists who believe the Earth is billions of years old have been striving to develop a successful dynamo theory to explain how the Earth's magnetic field might maintain itself over that long time. After reviewing analytic theories, computer simulations, and laboratory experiments, I have concluded that all those efforts have fallen short of proving the geomagnetic field could be maintained by a dynamo. To contrast with this apparent failure, I touch upon the remarkable success of creationist theories in explaining magnetic fields in our quote-unquote solar system, especially the planet Mercury. This contrast supports the young biblical age of the world, about 6,000 years. Now, a lot of people will say, ha, 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 number one citation, or rule of Flerf, right? Like your own citation debunks you. That's called an all or nothing fallacy. I don't have to believe everything that an author thinks to point out solid arguments, right? Like it's not about him or what he thinks, or we're not appealing to his, we're going to talk about the evidence, the actual evidence of it. It would be similar to saying someone can't believe in Newton's gravity unless they believe in God, because he actually said gravity was caused by God. But like it would be as if he didn't say that, he just was a creationist. So in his book, he said something about God. Therefore, you can't believe in mass attracting mass unless you believe in God. Ha ha ha. Number one law of atheism. Every single citation debunks you. Like that's ignorant. Okay, it's called an all or nothing fallacy. So Anyway, obviously we're not going to buy into anything about what you could do with the planet Mercury, with your other assumptions, with your solar system, blah, blah, blah. Okay, now another thing people will say is, oh, this guy's a creationist. Oh, he has a bias, as if people that think the Earth's billions of years old and assume that the globe model's true don't have a bias. Of course they do. Of course they do. And both of them are wrong for that. You're supposed to take the evidence for what it is. Now, we can maybe go back through this. We'll look through a little bit of it. Can the Earth's magnetic field maintain itself? The terrestrial globe is magnetic and is a lodestone, wrote Queen Elizabeth's personal physician over 4 centuries ago. He was right about the magnetic field, but wrong about its cause when what he called lodestone is magnetite, an iron oxide mineral that is permanently magnetized by the oriented spinning electric charges of electrons in its iron atoms. Okay, a lot to unload there, but here's the point. They can't have a permanent magnetic field in their model. But they treat it as if it's permanent magnetic field. They'll show you a bar magnet, blah, blah, blah. Now, we won't get all the way into that's like almost a whole other stream, the geomagnetic model, right? I'll drop this in my Telegram, t.me/Witsit streams, if you want to check it out. But let's pop on down here. And then we got another paper we're going to show you, which is very interesting. And we're going to get into a lot more specifics once we open it up. I know Toby has looked into this a lot as well. All right, conclusion. A working geodynamo is unlikely. We're about to find out it's literally, physically impossible. After nearly a century of hard work, scientists have failed to prove that a dynamo is actually working or even could work in the Earth's core today. Now, it's not true just because he says it, but we're about to show. I mean, you can read the paper. There are many different reasons. We're going to cover them. We're even going to show someone attempting to do it. But, I mean, how can you actually even claim that the Earth's a globe until you can at least substantiate the possibility it could be a globe, like the theoretical viability of it? The answer is no. The answer is no. All right. Analytic theory, numerical simulations, laboratory experiments, and planetary observations all weigh against it. In particular, the section above, the heart of dynamo theory isn't beating, offers quantitative reasons why the most viable form of dynamo theory appears to be dead. It has had some resounding failures in the rest of the solar system too. In contrast, he puts forward his creationist theory. Now, and then this is what he's talking about here is the actual, the causal mechanism itself. All right, let's check this out. All right, this is pretty interesting. In a hangar-sized laboratory off Paint Branch Drive, Dan Lathrop gives the signal, and what he often calls simply the experiment awakens. A huge steel sphere with tubes and electrical wires snaking across its surface begins a stately, nearly silent rotation inside a towering cage-like structure. So this guy tried to actually do some science, although it's not directly manipulating what you're talking about, like the naturally occurring phenomena of this alleged core that you claim. You never even observed it, so you can't even get into actual science with that. But this guy's going to try to show how it could work. Right? He wants to prove that it could work. The model that they have, the dynamo model. So that's the experiment running at a visitor speed. However, when only Lathrop, a distinguished scholar, teacher, and professor in physics, and by the way, that previous guy, PhD in physics, right? Okay, and his graduate students are present to gather data. They crank it up to its 350 horsepower electric motor to spin 80 times faster until the 3-meter globe encasing 25,000 pounds of liquid sodium blurs out at 4 revolutions per second. All right, for safety reasons, in 11 years since he switched it on, no lab, I guess, has ever watched it run that fast. We're going to come down here. So far, Lathrop's experiment needs external current to generate a magnetic field. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Well, they claim that this is generating the Earth's electric current that then creates the magnetic field, right? The globe model, the prominent belief, it's an overarching belief with all these different theories because none of them work, right? But it's the idea that there's like a liquid outer core that's spinning, generating convection currents, electric currents that come out from there, then creating a magnetic field. So then when he replicates it to scale, it doesn't work at all. So his experiment actually needs external current to even generate a magnetic field. Soon he hopes that will no longer be necessary. Doctoral students, Ruben Rojas and Archer whatever in physics, along with Heidi Myers in geology and Sarah Burnett in mathematics, have been researching ways to modify a hidden inner sphere of the device, analogous to Earth's solid inner core, by adding texture to create swirling helical flows in the highly conductive liquid sodium generating electric currents. It's never been tried before, so the results are hard to predict. So literally, no one has ever replicated the claim and shown it's even possible. You should be able to very quickly just like replicate something down to scale. The dynamo effect, we know what the dynamo effect is, right? You should be able to replicate it and show that the mechanism's even possible. They can't. So, here he says, Lathrop doesn't promote his research with disaster scenarios. A pole reversal may not be in the offing at all. Quote, you think you'd want a solid scientific base knowing, well, how does it work? And how did it get there? He said, where's it at now? And where's it going? And this is him saying, like, well, we don't have that. And he's the only one trying to get it. And they basically end up canceling this thing. We'll talk about it maybe more. Toby knows a little bit more. So, and then you get into the major problems with the entire causal mechanism itself. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop over solid cam. I'll even change for you guys here. You can see. And then we'll read donations and we'll open it up. So I'm going to say a few more things. And then if you want to join, click the link. If you're a Glober, raise your hand. We'll pull you up. I got to get the AC on. So I turned it off. Okay, so there's a few major problems, right? One is that the very layers don't work at all. The layers have been disproven, and you need them to be a certain thing. They were already disproven, and then we're just supposed to keep on allowing people to move the goalposts and use post hoc rationalization. And like, how can you be confident that your model works at the core and you're wrong the entire way just 8 miles down? Further, there's a lack of symmetry. It's called the asymmetry problem when it comes to the magnetic field. Now, if you obviously have a sphere with like little spheres inside of it, right, then you should have a symmetrical distribution of the magnetic field. We do not have that in the globe model. Now, we know actually that they've misrepresented what the southern portions of the Earth actually look like, and they're hiding it. You can see this with boat races and times and all kinds of travel times and time zones. Now, magnetic declination anomalies, like all kinds of crazy things. There is no symmetry, though. So now if you have a core and it's spinning, and you have an outer core that's spinning in relation to the spin of the Earth that's tilted on its axis, you're going to have that axis cuts right through the middle of the globe, right, at the 23.4 degree angle. You're going to have a magnetic field that's symmetrical on a sphere. They don't. And they can't even figure out how to explain how that could happen, because they had to move the idea out from the core, because the more they discovered, the hotter and hotter the core had to get. And obviously it surpassed what's called the Curie point, which means it's the point that the metal gets too hot that it can no longer maintain magnetic properties. So it didn't work. So then they changed it and they moved it to the outer core, and they say it's spinning, generating electric convection currents, and that creates the magnetic field, which is a cool story. So then you have asymmetry, because if you just have a sphere that's turning, right, then you're going to have a symmetrical distribution of the field, but they don't. And then they can't even get it to work out mathematically with supercomputers to this day. Supercomputers can't make it work. You can't, I mean, you're not even in the ballpark of being possible. Let me turn it down here. So that's another major problem, the actual causal mechanism. And then I'm going to kind of reiterate what we covered in a second to make sure you guys really understand. And you're going to start to piece it all together more. But if you're going to make a claim about what reality is, you're going to have to substantiate that claim. On its face, you're just claiming that the center of the Earth is 4,000 miles down in all directions. That's just a claim. And then you're like, okay, in order for that to be true, well, here's like the seismology data and the different sound waves and the vibrational patterns and all these different things. So then the density layers have to be this, the temperatures have to be this, right? So that we can explain the reflections and the oscillations within the Earth, right? And in order to maintain your entire model, you have to have a certain temperature distribution, and the core has to be a certain temperature so that the metals can be in a liquid form and all these different things. And so you have you're going to have a gradient of temperature, right, relative to distance from the core and the elements that are supposedly making it up. And when they started going down, they had a very specific parameter that they had to fit within so that they could get all the way down to their core and have the right temperatures. And they were grossly off. It was getting way too hot, way too fast. It didn't have the density that it needed. It was wet where it wasn't supposed to be. It was major problems for them. They found fossils way too low, right? And so what that means is that that cascades all the way down to where it's getting way too hot for your model. You can't claim to know that the core of the Earth is in fact within the window you need it to be. Now you might think, oh well, there's like this big window, and I don't want to misquote the exact number. I know what the window is, but I don't know what it's in relation to off the top of my head. So I'm gonna let Toby say it. But long story short, these are like blatant falsifications, and so I want to reiterate the meta, and then we're gonna open it up. People always say, where's your flat earth model? Blah, blah, blah. You don't have a model, then you can be dismissed. So it's like, so can we apply the same energy to you guys? Because I'm happy to say we don't have a model. We don't have a definitive model. We're not like a monolith of thought. We're not a cult. We know that we can't go further than 7.8 miles down. We know we can't go to outer space. We know we can't go past the 65th latitude, the 60th south latitude, 65th north latitude. We know we can't go there. Right? We know that we don't have the resources to map out the world, even if we could freely explore it. Right? We know that we cannot verify certain things. We don't know what a star is. We don't know what a planet is. We don't know what a galaxy is. We don't know what the medium of the sky is. We don't know exactly what the sun is. Right? Or we could go the other route where you make up theories about what the sun is and it doesn't work, and you keep changing it, and then you have to change the elemental composition as recent as a few years ago, and it just doesn't work over and over and over again, and pretend that's science. Flat earthers could do that too, by the way. We could just constantly make stuff up, and then if the evidence doesn't match it, just make something else up and make something else up, right? So that doesn't mean that your theory is valid. So now we're going to go back over to the globe Earth is a very specific claim. Flat earthers have a lot of freedom because we're just acknowledging that the Earth measures flat. Literally. The horizon's horizontal. The stuff in the sky moves. The Earth is measurably stationary, right? Like we've used incredibly precise instruments to try to measure the Earth moving. It doesn't, right? And we can actually detect the Earth or the sky spinning. So we know the Earth is stationary. We know that the stuff in the sky is moving, right? We see the sun and the moon and they move and they're the same size, and we measure the Earth to be flat. So we're saying all the empirical evidence is valid. We're saying, yeah, we've measured the surface of the Earth. We shoot line of sight radio waves and microwaves. Wells send sonar waves out like in 10,000 miles horizontally. Like the Earth is what it's measured to be empirically, right? It's been verified and validated. That's what it is. It's a stationary topographical plane. We don't make entire model claims. We don't pretend to be able to go to some orthographic view and know everything. We don't pretend that we're God and we know what's further than 8 miles down when no one can get there. And honestly, we don't even know that it's like this even distribution across the whole Earth of where they dug in Russia. That's also ridiculous to think that you know that. So, long story short, we've established all our positive claims. The Earth's a plane. Oh, well, it's measured to be a plane. And we've established elevation, a vertical distance above our horizontal sea level. And by the way, we use that horizontal sea level in the middle of continents. We go to the body of water, we draw a horizontal line all the way out to the middle, and then we measure a vertical distance above that. We couldn't even have elevation if we didn't treat the Earth to be a plane, right? We measure deviations from the horizontal. That's topographical plane. For engineering, everything, the way that we fly planes, etc., everything that we do, we established that the Earth is a stationary plane, okay? And that's all we're saying. We verified that. We've provided empirical evidence for that. It is objectively the empirically default position. It matches all the evidence. Right? If you say, no, it doesn't match all the evidence because what would the moon be? It's like, what? Like your side doesn't know what the moon is either. Right? Your side doesn't know what the sun is either. Well, what's underneath the flat Earth then? Your side doesn't know what's below 8 miles either. The only difference is your side made specific claims, and it's a specific model, and it says that the Earth is a certain size, and that gravity is relative to the center of mass, and it has a certain density, and it has to have that density, and it has to have that mass, and it has to have that weight, and it has to have that radius, and it has to have that gravitational, not pull, but you can think of it like a pull, right? You're locked in a box. The evidence has directly falsified that claim. So what are we left with? the default empirical position again. So that's the meta, but I want you guys to understand it. That there is no way around it. And if someone wants to come in as a Glober tonight, that's cool. I welcome you, Globe Earth proponent, and we'll be nice. I hope everyone's respectful. But the question is, can you verify? Do you have actual scientific evidence for this claim of the Earth's core? Can you substantiate it? Can you scientifically substantiate it? Is even possible? Can you actually give us empirical evidence of this claim, right? Because on its face, as it stands right now, it's been directly falsified. So we'll get into more of the specifics of how bad it is, but anyway, that's the point. And again, I want to say this one more time. The reason I called it the core of your belief, because I think it's very important to understand, like, not only do you not have a globe Earth model that works, there is no like singular model of the Earth, but like at the very core of the model, it doesn't work. And again, one last time, that means that you don't even have gravity. You can't even explain the Earth's magnetic field. You have nothing, right? That's where it all starts, is in the center, and it moves out from there. You don't even have a foundation to start your idea of this globe Earth model. It's been falsified. So, I mean, until you can substantiate it, it can be dismissed. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Claims submitted void of evidence can be dismissed without evidence. That's how it works. And it's even worse than that. We're actually going to provide you very specific evidence that refutes the claim. So it's a bit of a meta point I want to make here, but I'm hoping to break through some of like the mental barriers that people are going through. If I'm going to say this one more time too. If you don't see that you're applying a double standard, if you're like, wait, but how does the flat Earth model work? And all of a sudden you want to like find something wrong with it. You're like, oh, but that doesn't make sense. Or do you have evidence of it? Can you show me that? Can you go there and show it to me? Well, how do you know? But then when it comes to the globe Earth, you don't even care. You don't even inform yourself what it is. You don't even know if the evidence matches it. Everything's fine on the globe side. They can make up any story. The evidence can show it's not true. Doesn't matter. That's how science works. Who cares? They'll figure it out for me. But when it comes to flat Earth, right, all of a sudden we're going to be hypercritical and try to figure out something wrong with it. Honestly, you should be critical and skeptical of all things, and it should require empirical evidence. Keep the same energy both ways. If you're not, and you're being hypocritical or having a double standard, then you're having a bias, which means that you're suffering from cognitive dissonance, and your brain's not allowing you to entertain contradictory beliefs at the same time. Therefore, the way that you actually entertain and digest the information is in a slanted way, because it's the only way you can digest the information. The only way to get it down is to change it, right? So, all right, cool. Rant over. Hopefully that made sense to you guys. Hopefully some of you people that are new maybe learned something, that like the globe was falsified again when they started digging deep into the ground, and there's no way around it. You need it to be a specific density. You need it to be a specific temperature. It isn't. You can't call every falsification an anomaly and then just keep pretending that your model's true. All right, cool. I'm going to open it up to Discord. Like I said, if anyone wants to jump in, the link's in the description to Earth Awakening's Discord. The link in the description takes you straight to it takes you straight to the channel that we're in. And then I'm gonna try to occasionally interject and make sure we kind of keep it a bit digestible, because I know that this topic is probably pretty foreign to some people, and when we get into some of it, we may go a little too fast or whatever. We'll try to keep it digestible. If you have questions, just let us know. All right, anyone on the panel want to say something real quick while I pull up the donations? All right, cool. No worries. I'm about to read the donations right now. All right. All right.
Hey.
Yo, Toby, your mic's not working, bro.
Oh, yeah. Are you going to read? Sorry.
Oh, it's working. It was working then.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So on what you were saying with regards to the Kola super deep borehole, when they went down 12 kilometers, just a fun note about that. That's only 0.002% of the way to the, to the core of the Earth. And they were that wrong. They were off by 80 degrees Celsius. They expected 100 degrees Celsius. They got 180 degrees Celsius. They had like twice the pressure of what they expected. And then, that happened again. It happened also in Oklahoma in 1983 with the Bertha Rogers well. And they went down, what was that? That was 9.5 kilometers. And they had to stop that whole project because they ran into molten sulfur, which they didn't expect to find. They didn't expect the temperature or the pressure for molten sulfur, let alone sulfur. So that's a fun one too. And like, just to put it into perspective, in their model, the outer core is way too hot. And like what Austin touched on with the Curie point, which just means that you can't maintain a magnetic field within the ferromagnetic metals when you're above the Curie point. And so what they have to do is have this crazy mathematical game that they can simulate it kind of somewhat, where they have a problem with ohmic dissipation, and they have to keep a magnetic Reynolds number of above 1, even though the ohmic dissipation really should already be, like, it shouldn't be possible theoretically. And they really need it to be specific temperatures and specific pressure in order to have the helical flows that they say are happening with the geo that's generating our magnetic field that they say is happening. So that's the outer core, which is supposed to be generating our magnetic field. But then the inner core, they can't even, if it's 100 degrees Celsius warmer in the inner core, which is supposed to be between like 5,500 and 6,000 degrees Celsius. If it's just 100 degrees Celsius warmer in every single one of their inner core models, like it's all on a hairline, where if it's just a tiny bit warmer, the inner core melts. And if the inner core melts, like, it causes all sorts of problems for, it'd be like a massive gravitational anomalies. It would cause, just a total breakdown of the system of the inner core is supposed to be cooling and growing. So they really have to have like specific values for these things.
And that's what's so fascinating about the fact that the temperatures were so wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like that it was increasing at double the rate that they predicted, and then their model has this little baby window of temperature. Are you like? Let's just use some common sense here.
Yep, and then think about it for seismology, which they touched on in that video a little bit. Like, they try and say that seismology proves that the Earth's a globe. And then when we dig down, they're always wrong about the makeup of the crust. And the temperature and the pressure are relevant for that too. Like, it's not just that they're off about the mineral makeups, which is obviously like the biggest problem, but being off about the temperature and the pressure has major implications for seismology. So, yeah, pretty ridiculous. And it's like the way that everything kind of reifies each other. Like, you have magnetogeology. So much of what they say about the geodynamo and our magnetic field comes from magnetogeology, which comes from their assertions about the way that the magnetic field of the Earth must have been flipping about every 280,000 or 240,000 years or so. Supposedly, it just flips back and forth between the poles, and then every now and then it just decides to do it to take a lot longer before it flips. And what they base that all off of is observations of the ocean floor, where they assume that as the magma's coming up in the center of the ocean floor, and that it's been spreading out at the exact same rate over millions and millions, billions of years. And so then they look at the striping of the magnetic orientation of the rock that's come out from that point, and they say, oh, well, that's been 280,000 years, and then it all flipped. So that means that the whole, like, to even assume that the rate would be the same over millions of years, when our window of observation is like not even 100 years, is insane. And they try to use that to reify, like, they'll bring in like radiometric dating, and they'll bring in stratigraphy, and they'll bring in like fossils. Well, then when they found those microscopic fossils way too far down, that's another massive problem. Like, all these things are supposed to reify each other. And so then when you have like anomalies like that, I love how you pointed out, like, oh, it's an anomaly. It's the one time we've ever dug this far down, and we just happened to hit an anomaly. Like, the 100% of our observations show that we found this, but that's an anomaly. So yeah,
because it can't be made where it is. It's so stupid. And like, this is a thing I want people to realize, right? because I think this gets overlooked. What's going on here, and the reason it's become this unfalsifiable religion, because it is falsifiable, but like in the grand scheme of things, all their claims are typically unfalsifiable, is because, dude, people think we know that's what the Earth is, right? Like, oh, we've been to space, we've seen the Earth. So like, put yourself in that mindset. It's like, we've seen the Earth, we know what it is. There it is. Visualize that globe Earth image that's fake, but everyone acts like it's real, right? It's like, okay, we know that's the Earth. We just have to figure out how that is working. So that's how they're viewing it, right? So like, as they're figuring things out, they're like, oh, well, okay, there must be something else. There must be something we don't know. Maybe all physics is different or whatever, right? Because it doesn't matter as long as it fits within that, because it has to, because they think they know it. So no, they're not lying. No, they're not deceiving. They even see the major problems, right? But they just aren't able to step back and check that preconceived notion, right? Which is obviously, this is a reification fallacy, an egregious reification fallacy. Then you further, people then will invoke these things to affirm the consequent. But the primary things are reification and begging the question. So I just wanted to throw that out there so people understand what's going on. This is why they're like, oh, this must be just like the first time in the history of man that this geochemical anomaly took place. You know, like, oh, somehow chemistry has decided to change, because one thing we know is that our model has to be true. It's like, chemistry is one of the most precise sciences in the world. Like, chemistry is not something that you can just be like, oh, no, it's probably just totally different here. That's not how it works. We can test that directly. Chemistry, we do chemical reactions all the time. Now, as to the, the actual interpretation of what's on the subatomic scale and the atomic scale, that's totally different. But chemistry is a real science. So now you're going to go down, dig into this Earth that you think's a globe with the specific layers, and then there's elements there that cannot physically occur in what you claim is going on there. Okay, well, it's been refuted with direct science called chemistry. So I don't know. I think it's really crazy, because you're going to get nothing but obfuscation when you talk about the core with the globers. Have you ever attempted to do so?
Yeah, I get a lot of gas. I've been gaslit pretty hard about it, that's for sure. That's about the most I get.
They just basically say, we do know how it works.
Yeah, I will say the last couple times I've had a conversation about it has caused me to learn a little bit more every time. So there's that benefit, I guess. But yeah, it's really messy, that's for sure. And yeah, by the way, they can't even simulate them. Like, they literally, anyone telling you that they can simulate the Geodynamo has not done proper research. They haven't looked close enough at the papers that say they've simulated the Geodynamo. Because what they can't do is simulate the speed of the Earth. The Earth spins way too fast for them to simulate magnetic events within its core, or within its outer core. And if you can go watch a guy, I can't remember what university he's at, but he was a doctor at one of the universities that specifically does geodynamo simulations, and he says they're like multiple orders of magnitude off. You go look at the actual papers, they use these rotator modes, where they have like slow rotators, medium rotators, and fast rotators. And all those rotator modes are orders of, even the fast ones are multiple orders of magnitude outside of our simulation range, just for one magnetic event, which is just, one full, like one full event of the calculation of your magnetic Reynolds number, I believe, with your ohmic dissipation. So just to do one of them, they can't simulate it. Orders of magnitude off, but whatever, we'll just believe it's possible or whatever.
And the point of this stream is it's like to look under the hood of this assumption that we know how the core of the Earth works and the globe model works. It doesn't. No, it literally doesn't. And everyone that studies this field will tell you that. Every paper that you read will be very blunt about how, like, we're just theorizing. We can't really figure out how it works. We can't simulate it. There are many competing theories. None of them really work. Even with supercomputers, we can't get the math to work. We can't get it to generate the proper fill. We can't explain the anomalies. We can't explain the layers. We can't explain the actual elemental composition, temperature, pressure, or speeds in relation to the surface rotation. Like, they'll tell you this, right? But like the mainstream narrative will be like, oh, we know exactly. Here's a cartoon, and we're gonna cut the globe in half, and you're gonna be able to see the middle of it. It's like, that's not reality at all. It doesn't work at all, and it's wild how bad it doesn't work. When I first discovered this, I'm like, oh, bro, this is a abysmal, bro. How long have you guys had, right? Like that paper's title, right? Like a century of failure. So like we're here to cover what's really going on, right? Like we're not going to be the CNN of scientism.
Hey, what's up?
What up? What up?
Hey, so I wanted to talk about some of the stuff you were just presenting. That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I wrote down some of the stuff in notepads here, so you might have to correct me if I get something that you intended to say incorrectly. So my understanding of the argument that you were making is that when they did this experiment where they dug into the earth, they found temperatures that were hotter than they expected.
Yeah, that is part of it. Yeah.
Yeah. And if we were to apply this going down, if we were to keep going down with these hotter temperatures, that would cause there to be issues with the inner core and outer core. Like the outer core would be too hot, and therefore it would not be solid anymore because it would melt.
Yeah, that is one of the problems. Yes, they have a very small window. It's like 100 degrees, right, where the core would completely melt.
Where did you see it was 100 degrees, the window?
Toby, do you know like a name of a paper?
There's like a bunch of different models. They can't even actually decide on a proper crystalline structure. Like there's I think it's like the BCP structure and the HCP structure, hexagonal versus cubic. You have to like go look through the papers. But yeah, I couldn't find. So I can point you to one specific paper, and that would be stabilization of body-centered cubic iron, mechanism of the body-centered cubic iron stabilization under the earth core conditions. So that one would show you the temperature, the hairline temperature thing I discussed. But you'll find that in all of their core math that they have this problem. Like it's a very specific. Like they need to be as close as they can to the point where they can melt without actually melting, because their math requires such.
And I mean, they pretty much they universally agree at this point that they've moved it from the core to the outer core because the temperature has to be so high at the core that it would surpass the Curie point, right? Meaning like it couldn't maintain magnetic properties.
Yep, and as well as other things too, right? Like there's implications for everything within their model with as far as maintaining the specific pressures and specific things with plate tectonics. But yeah, like with this paper that I mentioned with the iron stabilization, this is where they're talking about a cubic like a crystalline structure, where on like the atomic level, the structure is not hexagonal like it should be. Like it should be hexagonal with the stable iron should be hexagonal according to like what common sense science would tell you, or common chemistry would show you. But now they're saying like, well, maybe we can make it cubic, and then it could like have an extra plasticity to it, and it could slide around and conveniently be a little bit tactile when we need it to be. And depending on what model you're looking at, they'll either use a hexagonal setup or they'll use this new this cubic setup, body-centered cubic they call it.
Yeah. Well, I'm reading from this paper, Dynamic Stability of Body-Centered Cubic Iron at the Earth's Core Conditions. Is this the one you're talking about?
So this one is mechanism of the body-centered cubic iron stabilization under the earth core conditions. But I would wager if the paper you're looking at is about the similar topic, you'll probably find similar, like a similar thing of what I'm saying.
Real fast, let me pause this and read the super chats. And I'll pop over on screen for you guys while I do it. All right. So if you want to support the stream, kofi.com/Witsit, and let's go through them. So Duncan, love what you're doing. Austin, keep it up, brother. Thank you so much. And for the $25 tip, RG the Artist 100 is your merchant for sale. If so, could you direct me to the right place to purchase it? Merchandise, I obviously what you're saying. Thanks for reminding me. I need to change the URL. So on the next stream, I'll let you guys know and I'll update the descriptions. But yeah, just hold off on that. Thank you for the $25 tip, RG the Artist. Luke K, come on, man. They showed me these cartoons in elementary school. Of course they know. Yeah, no, exactly. It's crazy. It's cartoon for adults. Thank you for the $10 tip, Luke. Hey, I guess if we just put out a bunch of like animations and cartoons of the flat Earth, does it become real? RG the Artist, very generous $50 tip, man. Thank you so much, brother. This is for that soon to be born new family member. Hopefully this helps. Yeah, thank you, man. Of course it helps. And thank you for that support. It's gonna be interesting popping another baby in there in the mix. But thank you again, Tina. Thanks for helping mankind by always speaking what is true. No problem, Tina. Thank you for the $10 tip and the kind words. And RG the Artist again, thank you, brother. $25. Let's go, community. Match my donation at least 10% of my total. Let's do this experiment and see how it works out by the end of the stream. Truth doesn't cost a thing, and this man is consistent with delivery. Thank you, bro. Your total is 100. Your total is 100. Hey, RG's challenging you guys to match his donation at least 10% of the total, unless you're scared. Thank you for the support, my brother. Tristan, do you think the creator has safeguards against total deception, like with how when you get deep enough, numerology is added to 666, or translations mean deceptions, things like this, etc. Almost like a forced tell from the creator. Just a thought. Thank you for the hard work you do. Thank you for the $10 tip. And actually, yeah, I've thought about this. It's either like a metaphysical flex from the other side, or it is like this crazy thing where the creator like guides them into showing their cards. I think it may be like arrogance on the side of those deceiving. But I think there is truth to, yeah, there's always going to be an ability to find truth and see through deception. And the creator probably has those safeguards in place, because it always says hold steadfast and prove things to be true, and hold steadfast to those things that are true. Expose the darkness to light. So we do always seem to have the ability to do that. But yeah, it's probably just coincidence, that the Earth's tilted at 66.6 degree tilted axis. No, it's not. It's 23.4. Well, taken off of a 90 degree is, of course, 66.6. And the north and south Arctic circles are at 66.6 degree latitude. And we're flying around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. The curvature rate is 0.666 feet per mile squared. The circumference of the Earth in nautical miles is 6 times 6 times 600, so 21,000. The diameter of the moon is 6 times 6 times 60 miles, and on and on and on, right? Like 1666, they discovered gravity, which is 666 newtons on the Earth, and the Selenium eclipse that falsifies the globe was first recorded in 1666, and it's just ridiculous. Archer, wow, bro, crazy generous donation. Oh my goodness. $500 donation from Archer. Wow, bro. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you, man. That is crazy generous. I'm almost speechless. Thank you so much, man. That means a ton and helps us a ton. So, wow. Okay, yeah, very generous, bro. Thank you so much. Hopefully you're also a misfit. You can kick it with us. But thank you, brother. That's crazy supportive, and I really appreciate it. Can't thank you enough, man. Wow. Okay. That took me back a little bit. Luke K, why are 3 billion year old rocks on the surface? I don't know. I don't know if you're asking, like, why did they find this? I suppose they said 1.8 billion and a few miles down, right? But yeah, nothing. You can't prove anything's 3 billion years old. It's ridiculous. We may get into some of that too, like how there's something called the Great Unconformity, major missing sedimentary layers that completely falsifies their entire belief about how old the Earth is. And this is something else that's interesting. It's like a package deal. If the Earth isn't super old, you have major problems. If there's missing sedimentary layers, you have major problems. If the layers of the Earth aren't what you claim they were, you have major problems. The entire model is all built upon the other assumptions. So once one is proven false, it just all falls down. All right, so we are caught up, and I want to thank you again, Arch. You're so very generous, my brother. I appreciate it, and can't thank you enough. That's crazy generous. All right, we'll move back over to Discord now that we're caught up, and then we'll periodically check those. So yeah, cool. Again, if you want to join the Discord, if you believe the Earth's a globe, you get priority. If you think you can come kind of, substantiate this idea that there's a core, explain to us why you're getting everything so grossly wrong, but yet you can somehow be so confident it's true now. Do you have any actual empirical scientific evidence of this core? Can you even explain it and demonstrate it is possible in theory? Can you show it to be viable? Can you actually substantiate the evidence? Can you answer the question, when we dug 7.8 miles down, and every single prediction of your theory was proven incorrect, isn't that a direct falsification of your model? That's what I want an answer to.
I can answer that.
Yeah, what's your answer?
I don't think that the globe predicted it. I think that those scientists did.
It was the universally accepted prediction of the layers of the Earth.
What do you mean by that?
There's supposedly a globe Earth with a certain size, with a certain density, and therefore certain layers, right? Like
the mantle, the crust, and core and inner core.
And they all have to have specific densities because the Earth has a specific total density.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing that they disconfirmed was they were expecting, based off of the seismic waves, to have basalt still in the crust. But instead, they got a different type of granite. So what does that have to do with the?
No, it's that it's a total different density. So the whole density assumption was wrong, and the temperature assumption was wrong, and the pressure assumption was wrong, and the humidity or the actual moisture composition assumption was wrong. What they didn't get anything right.
Well, I don't think that it was the density. I think it was specifically. It says it right here. During the drilling process, the expected basaltic layers at 7 kilometers down were never found. There were instead more granites deeper than predicted. The prediction of a transition at 7 kilometers was based on seismic waves indicating discontinuity, which could have been caused by a transition between rocks or a metamorphic transition in the granite itself. So they were expecting, because there were differences in the seismic waves, to get different materials, but instead they got the same material, just in different configurations. So I'm trying to figure out how does that? It doesn't have anything to do with the core, right?
Okay.
So
It is simple. It does, though, because if you have a core with a certain temperature, right, you agree that there's going to be a gradient of temperature, right? That if you have a core of a certain temperature, it's going to get colder the further out from the center that you get.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds about correct. Yeah.
And then the retainment of the heat is going to be relative to the densities or the materials coming out from that core. So you should be able to show an actual gradient. You should be able to say, okay, it's gonna decrease this temperature because we know it's gonna it's gonna increase at this rate because we know it's gonna end up this hot, right? But it didn't. So basically, though, it's very simple. You agree that we can't actually verify any of this. Therefore, there's no way to falsify it because whenever we go there and we see it's all wrong, we can just change it all and then make up a new theory, and that it's just an assumption.
Well, I disagree because I think the density was the same, right? Because the seismic waves are measuring what type of material they're passing through. Or excuse me, not the type of material, but properties about the material, like the density.
No, but not always though, because if there's a certain pressure or temperature difference, it's going to change the actual propagation relative to that material. If I try to send out a wave through something that has a really high pressure, right? The wave is obviously going to be affected by the pressure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it's not like they automatically know the densities. They don't. And in fact, your model, it claims the densities have changed all the time. Like whenever they try to measure gravity or whatever, oh, this doesn't work. And they start fluctuating the densities aimlessly. It's just can you
this
just
is-
concede it's an assumption? It's just like an assumption.
No. So let me explain here. The seismic waves are traveling through this medium, and there's a discontinuity, right, between what they know is granite, and then some other thing. And they assumed it was basalt, but it wasn't basalt. It was just more granite, but it was in a different configuration. So that confirmed that the seismic waves were accurate, because you had two different configurations of material, which caused differences in the seismic waves. They just got the material.
The different
wrong.
configuration of granite made it behave like basalt.
That's what it says.
It says
That's what
it
what
may be.
says.
It says it may have been something like that. That's what it says.
Yeah.
What says? What is he even reading?
Some article talking about it.
Wikipedia.
Yeah, but this is what is interesting, right? It's like, okay, can we at least agree, right? Like, you can't scientifically verify this claim of the Earth being a globe with these layers with a core.
No, you could.
So has it been scientifically verified?
Yeah. Through the same process.
Oh my god, but
I mean,
that's
how?
not true.
You're just
Asking
laughing,
how,
but
asking how.
Yeah,
How?
how?
yeah, through the seismic waves, right? The same. There was a discontinuity in the seismic waves, right?
Could there be seismic
you-
waves on a flat Earth?
Yeah.
Could there be seismic waves if the center of the Earth wasn't 4,000 miles away?
Not in the way that we see them.
Why
I
not
think that's the
specifically?
point.
Why not?
Well, they're being measured, right? Like they have different properties.
The way that wait, how are they measured? What do you mean?
Well, I don't know. I'm not a geologist, but I know. that
Okay,
they
I
measure.
know. You read the frequencies, the vibrational displacement. It gives you a frequency, so you're measuring vibration through the ground the best that you can, and then you have to take that data and you have to place it into a model. So you're like, okay, like this is how deep the Earth is. These are the layers, right? And then you try to refine what the layers are made of based on the frequencies, based on the assumption of the distance. So then you take the duration of signal, right? And then you're gonna use speed equals distance over time. And you're gonna try to refine the layers over time. So like to actually begin to even interpret the seismology data, you have to place it into the assumed model.
Here's my question: how could you be seeing the data if the Earth was flat?
What? Yeah, because there's just vibrations underneath the ground.
Yeah, but they're stemming from like a specific point.
You know where they come from? How do you know where they come from?
You can measure that.
Oh. You actually
Which is-
can't. So when you actually look into it, when you actually look into this, like the seismology data, and they try to figure out the source, oftentimes the times don't work at all. Like it's not evenly distributed. So like there's an epicenter, right? Where like say an earthquake happens and there's an epicenter and then you have waves come out from there. Like say the left side of the epicenter, what they assume to be the epicenter, the waves will go way too fast. They'll get to the a certain distance that the globe claims, right? Way too quickly. Or vice
Wait,
versa.
hold on. What do you mean by way too fast?
Like they won't be evenly distributed times.
Can you send me where they said that?
Yeah, sure, I will.
Thanks.
Yeah. There are tons of seismological anomalies. I actually have a debate with PhD Tony, a PhD in seismology, wrote his thesis on flat Earth seismology, hilariously enough, where I started bringing up these anomalies, and he was just claiming, no, it works perfectly. I'd point out the anomalies, and he was like, oh, well, no, that's not true. And then I showed the audience and showed him the link, and I'm like, it's up to 30% wrong in this one observation. He's like, no, that's not true. It's impossible. And then he read it, and he's like, oh, well, that's not what they meant. And then he concedes later in a comment, like, yeah, that's what they meant. Anyway, the long story short, like, there are major anomalies. It's a model. So, like, this isn't science. Like, okay, let's ask this question. So you have a model. You have a theory, okay? And then you go find the evidence. The evidence directly contradicts your theory. What does that mean?
I don't think it does.
No, but it objectively
But
does.
well, to answer your question, if it did, then you'd have to throw out the theory.
Okay, well, if your theory says that it's going to be this hot there, and then you find out it's twice as hot there, then that means the evidence is contradicting your theory, right?
Well, I don't think that they're mutually exclusive. Like the concept of like the globe and the core and all these kind of macro predictions or macro phenomena. I don't think that the specific temperatures in this like one small experiment are mutually exclusive with the macro view of the globe.
Yo, but the point is
But the
simple,
science
man.
is
The point
above
is
my head
simple.
and my-
The point is simple. Your side is claiming to know what is at the center of an assumed globe 4,000 miles away. And it's
Yeah.
claiming temperatures and elements, right? Compositions, densities. It's making all these claims all the way 4,000 miles away. And then we dug 8 miles down, the furthest anyone's ever dug. And it was wrong the entire way. How could you possibly know what's 4,000 miles away?
Well, that's what I was discussing with Toby in DMs while the super chats are being read. Is like I think that there's for the temperature of the core specifically the inner core. I think that there's like what's the term I'm looking for? It's not a spectrum, but it's a range of possible values. And I think that in this specific experiment where they dug really far down, they got a 20% deviation from what they expected. And I think that actually the range that was given is like plus or minus 10 to 20%.
What? No, it was increasing at twice the rate. It was supposed to go up at 11 degrees per kilometer, and it was going up 24 degrees per kilometer. Over 100%. That's what. Yeah, it was just explained in the video. That's over 100% off.
Now, temperatures are absolute in this context. Witsit, that you need to talk about absolute temperatures like Kelvin, not an increment like a degree C. So you've gone from whatever the temperature was plus 20 might only be a few percent increase in the absolute temperature of the system.
Kelvin and Celsius are linear, bro.
What do you mean?
Yeah. But if you want to say that you had a 10% increase, or the temperature was double what they were expecting, that would mean it was 400 Kelvin instead of 200 Kelvin. But you're dealing with an increment that's starting above zero. If you're talking about Celsius, so if it was 20 Celsius per kilometer instead of 10, that's double the number of Celsius per kilometer, but it's in an absolute sense. The absolute temperature is not doubling with each step.
It literally says here 11 degrees per kilometer.
Yeah. But the temperature is not doubling between 11 degrees and 20 degrees, for example.
The prediction
Your
was
temperature goes
11
from 10 to 20.
degrees, but it was 24 degrees.
No, but the temperature itself is not doubling. The number of Celsius is, but the temperature is not.
What?
He didn't claim that at all, bro.
Yeah, we're just talking about a rate.
The rate at which it was supposed to be increasing was wrong.
But the temperature, so the rate, well, even the rate, right? Does that make sense? But anyway.
Absolutely makes sense.
The
They claim that the
absolute
rate
temperature
it
is
increases is 11 degrees per kilometer, but they saw it increase at the rate of 24 degrees per kilometer, which is over twice the predicted value, right?
Not only
Who
that, they
defends
were
the
off by
borehole?
80 degrees.
Go ahead, Essie, my
They
bad.
were off. Thanks. They were off by 80 degrees C at the bottom. So regardless of Kelvin or Fahrenheit, or choose whatever, measurement you want, they were off by 80 degrees Celsius.
Yep, and they're only 0.002% of the way to the core, and they have a cap on how hot they can go as they go down. So,
if we continue that rate, how hot would it be at the core? Just by not even increasing, if it just continued at that rate.
Be like 12,000. If it was just doubled.
It'd be
It's a
at
little-
least slightly over double, yeah.
A little bit less than double, but yeah.
I mean, bro, this is what blows my mind is like, it's admitted that this was a huge, like in terms of prediction, it was a huge failure, right? So like, why do you guys have an instinct to like try to spin it where it wasn't that? It's weird.
Yeah, I think that their predictions failed. Like whatever they were trying to figure out
Yeah, but I think the point is that
Yeah.
when people want to tell us what's in the core, they're using the same methods as they did to try and figure out what was 8 miles deep, right?
Yeah, but
Using the same-
he needs to support his claim that Russian scientists somehow had a different prediction than everyone else. They didn't. This was the accepted consensus model. Russia was just the one who had the technology and the diligence to go and actually dig that deep. They weren't the only ones that made predictions of what was there. It was just a model, right? So like you're basically implying no, everyone else in the world knew that it was going to increase at that rate, but just a Russian scientist didn't know. That is not the case.
Well, let me give you an example. So like the prediction of basalt when they got granite. Like I don't think that that's mutually exclusive with the globe. Like
Let's talk about
Like-
the temperature that we're talking about right now, right? Like that's a major problem for you guys. The temperature's increasing way too fast.
If you would kept that same rate, would you say it was 24 degrees per kilometer?
Yep.
That'd be a little over 150,000 degrees at the center if it maintained that linearity the entire time.
That's only one of the things that they found. Everything else was wrong as well. That's the takeaway here. Your model is based on predictions. This is a major problem because everything that they got was wrong all the way down. Everything.
I mean, there's like a bunch of going on, but like every specific data point given does fly in the face of the model. And then when defense is attempted to be given, there's nothing coherent other than I mean, I haven't heard one refutation of the actual data not corresponding to your model.
Okay, so here's some quick back of the napkin math. So if we assume the low end of the range for the temperature of the inner core, which is 4440 Kelvin, multiply that by 1.80, which is the rate of increase that the scientists observed, you would still get a temperature below what the predicted melting point would be for iron at the Earth's core, which is 8,000 Kelvin. Because it's 7992. And also, another thing I've wrote down here is that they said that the pressure was increasing at a greater than expected rate as well. So if we apply that logic, then the pressure at the core would be greater, and then you'd have an even greater range of possible temperatures.
Sorry, what did you say was the melting point of iron to lose magnetic properties?
Yeah, so it would be 6,000 on the surface, but there's higher pressure at the core, so it's 8,000. I can actually send you that source.
So we're just going to go way, way, way higher than the Curie point? Like you're just going to go ahead and absorb that? So we can't have a magnetic field now, or what?
Well, you actually already agreed to that in DMs.
What are you...
I sent you...
Go ahead and read where I
I'm going to read it.
in DM.
Okay, I'm actually going to read it right now. The Shockwave-derived melting curve for iron indicated that the melting temperature of iron increased from 6,000 up to 8,000 Kelvin as the pressure increased from 200 to 365 GPa, closely corresponding to the conditions for the Earth core. And then you said, yeah, that's along the same lines.
That what you just read said nothing about the magnetic field or the Curie point or the magnetic Reynolds number. Did you
I'm not talking
listen?
about that. I'm talking
well,
about the
I was
temperature.
talking about that, and that's what you responded to. So, you know, maybe you should listen before you respond to people.
Real quick.
I wasn't
So
talking to you.
the melting point of iron is 1,800 Kelvin, isn't it? Sorry.
Yeah, but this is the core of the Earth.
His claim is that the pressure goes up at if the pressure goes up at the same rate at which the temperature goes up, then it's okay, and he can still have his solid iron core. The problem is he's totally like I just said very clearly. Sure, I'm not the only one that remembers me saying you can't have your magnetic field. Then you have a big Curie point problem. You can no longer maintain a magnetic Reynolds number above 1. You have a massive problem with ohmic dissipation. You can't just go infinitely up with your pressure and temperature and still keep generating a magnetic field with magical helical flows of convection currents that we still haven't even talked about how they don't even match the rotational axis.
Yeah, let's just keep it cool. Let's keep it cool. I will say, wait, I gotta point this out. you can't. I mean, you're just randomly claiming things isn't going to work, right? If you have some type of like citations to support it, because Toby is talking about what your model dictates based on all of the math, all of the supposed science, right? But all the data, all of known physics, all of dynamo properties, just saying, oh well, we can just proportionately increase the pressure and then it would work, basically on Discord, is obviously not a sufficient method. So. Like,
yeah, and I would really hope that when we've come with a bunch of specific references and we've gone into the specific details about a lot of these things, that you would come back to us with something more than a Wikipedia article just states, you're just going to state that the granite orientation was different, and then that somehow makes the seismological readings equivalent. I would really like to see the the substantiation of that if you're going to throw that claim out there.
Is there some way for me to post images? I don't have the perms, I believe.
Nah, it may be easier to send it to someone in DMs.
I DM'd it to you.
Oh.
That's what he said to me.
Satan hat looking dude, whatever you want to be called. I'm not calling you Satan, but one thing that I think is important to point out, because you're kind of attempting to send everyone down a rabbit hole right now, is there's this big point everyone's trying to make across the board. It's the same point, and it's that if we take what we're able to measure, because we're only able to measure so much, right? We go down so deep, we can't go any deeper. That's as far as we're going to go. I mean, maybe they'll make minimal improvements on it in the future, but they're not going to go from like 8 to 800 miles. They might go from 8 to 9. Either way, that's as far as we're going to go, reasonably speaking. That's all we've got. If all the data that we're able to collect as humans is completely different from all the previous predictions made by your model, it doesn't make logically coherent sense to then say, well, yeah, that part of the predictions was completely wrong, but I'm just going to continue to presume everything else was right, though, and then say that it still will work. Right? Like, if that part is wrong, why would you logically presume any of the rest of it would be correct? That is the less likely outcome.
Yeah, much less like pretend that it's like unfounded to question it.
Yeah, well, I don't think they're mutually
video was very.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering because the video was very precise that Witsit played, right? It went to point by point. Then Toby does a presentation, names other things, numbers, descriptions, Celsius, everything. And then, like, I don't get it. How can you question that? How can you just brush past that and go to 4,000 miles? They got 8 miles wrong. You're talking 4,000 miles now? I mean, it's incredible to me.
Another problem is also, I'll just throw this out here. Quote, when the Russians started to drill, they claimed they had found free water, and that was simply not believed by most scientists. There used to be a common understanding among Western scientists that the crust was so dense 5 kilometers down that water could not permeate through it.
Yeah,
Yep.
we're basically
Other stuff they didn't
making the
talk about
question of
as
what
well.
the core is. Yeah.
Well, then you keep saying it's not mutually exclusive, as if that phrase is like a get out of jail card. Your model's a package deal, actually. It has to have a very specific density, mass. It has to have very specific, layers in relation to the seismological data. It has to have a very specific gradient of temperature and pressure in relation to the core to be able to even theoretically maintain a magnetic field. It has to have a very specific inner and outer core composition, right? It has to have symmetrical values. A spherical model claim actually does have very specific parameters. You don't get to just say, well, I still think the Earth can be a globe even if everything about it's wrong. No, it's not even theoretically possible, right? And then the elephant in the room here is like, has anyone ever even shown in a lab that anything like this is possible in reality?
So
Negative.
what do you think that the range of temperature at the inner core needs to be, or the outer core, or anything?
Like,
How would you
model,
possibly know that? How would you possibly know that?
Well, you
It's
said
your
it.
model,
You said
bro.
that it
You
was
know what?
impossible, right?
I would like to say that iron loses its magnetic properties at about 1,000 Kelvin. And you're saying the mainstream claim is like 6,000 Kelvin there. So how does that work?
Yeah,
That's
but
why they
that's
moved
what we
it.
were talking about the dynamo. The dynamo.
They moved it to the outer core because of that. Now, but this was a great point for the audience to know what's going on, because this made them be like, I'm getting lost in the sauce, a little nerdy, whatever. Back in the day, everyone thought they knew what was going on, and there's a certain metal and it had magnetic properties, and boom, there you go, right? Like, that's what the Earth is. But then all the other data started collapsing in on itself. They had to keep increasing the temperature, and so then they're like, wait a minute, we can't have a magnetic field for coming from the core because it's way too high, right? It's over 6x too hot. It can't have a magnetic field. It's something called the Curry point. The iron would lose its magnetic properties, right? So then they just all changed it. But if we had had this discussion with globe Earth proponents up to that very moment, they would have swore up and down they knew that the core was iron, and that's where the magnetic field came from, blah, blah, blah. Right? And then they just universally shifted over to, oh, well, no, it must be the outer core. And then you get tons of problems. And Toby alluded to a major one, right? But it's just important to see, you see the reoccurring theme here. It's an unfalsifiable belief system where it's just flooded with post hoc rationalization. You can constantly move the goalpost and basically make up claims that you can't actually verify. Of course, you can keep saying that it must be real because it's just a fairy tale. It can't be tested. It can't be verified. It can't be falsified.
Unfalsifiable, yep.
Which means it's antithetical to science.
Yeah, for those that don't know, right, in plain English, right? I'm sure some people might not know this. Just in plain English, you take a magnet, take a torch to it, you heat it up, it's no longer a magnet. You got dead paperweight. So it's impossible for their theory, for their model, the core of the Earth to be that hot and have magnetism. It's as simple as that in plain English.
And according to the numbers that Kevin G gave, he said around 1,000 Kelvin. If I use the amount of or the rate of temperature increase that they actually measured, that means that the Curie point would be hit at only somewhere around 26 miles deep. So you're telling me you go down 26 miles and you can't have magnetism anymore, and you're supposed to continue to defend like a globe model where the giant magnetic field's being generated everywhere by non-magnetic material?
Yeah, well, that's what we were talking about the dynamo for, right? And the paper.
The reality is, it would be better to say we don't know what's in the core. Like maybe it's some metal that we've never discovered before that can have huge melting point and create a magnetic field. That would be a better what-if position than just saying it's iron and it's nickel and it's this and it's that. It could literally be a metal that has a high melting point that we've never discovered before. But you don't just go and say you know what it is and assume this is what it is.
Well, this is the problem.
This is what it is.
This is the problem, though, right? Because they need it to be like they can't just be any metal, right? It's going to have to be specific density. It's going to have to have a specific malleability. You're right; they could just do that. I mean, that's something the globe would do. It's actually the coroton. You guys didn't hear about the new particle, the coroton? It actually creates a metal that only exists in the core. But this is the part that's so fascinating. This is for truth seekers in the audience, right? Just so you guys know. They used to believe that there was iron in the core. It created a magnetic field. Their model kept imploding on itself. They had to keep increasing the temperature to such a point that it created the Curry problem, right? The Curry point problem. And so it was, there's a different name for it, but basically it goes like they were discussing above the property, the temperature in which the metal can still be magnetic. Like as he said, like you have a magnet, it gets too hot, it's just no longer a magnet, right? And so that didn't work. So then they said, oh, well, it's actually the outer core. And it's spinning. And then what that does is generate electric current. And that electric current creates a magnetic field. Right? And when I say they, I mean someone proposed that, and that's kind of like the consensus everyone knew. Obviously, the other one just doesn't work at all. What we all believed religiously, acted like we knew, what we taught children, what we taught in university, what we published in papers, what everyone that believes there's a globe right now would have mindlessly regurgitated and believed at that point was completely wrong, laughably wrong, not even close to being possible. They changed this other thing. It doesn't work. They can't replicate in a lab. It's like scientifically impossible. It defies physics. So the evidence has now narrowed it down to something that's physically impossible.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about was the dynamo. You say it's physically impossible, but I don't understand why it would be physically impossible. Because I read through the paper and the paper's objections, and I don't think any of them are particularly good.
Papers aren't reality, bro.
Oh well, handwave dismissal. Handwave dismissal. Let's wrap it
Well,
up.
I can summarize them because they list them at the end if you want.
I want you to answer this question.
Glober's,
Good.
go ahead with it.
Can you replicate? Has anyone successfully replicated this supposed mechanism of the geodynamo effect? Has anyone even shown it's possible?
Seems like they haven't.
Okay, so if I say that actually there's a flat Earth, there's a flat Earth, and there are magnetic unicorns in the center, as long as no one's shown that magnetic unicorns can't create a magnetic field on a flat Earth, then we can pretend that it's viable and the Earth is flat. Is that how it works now? You have to substantiate your claim. So
Dark unicorn matter, bro.
How could there be a center?
yeah, you don't know how there could be a center of a quarter. So this is what's so
it would be.
You don't
Go
understand.
ahead.
You don't understand the center of a quarter.
Yeah, that would be on like the surface of it, right?
Okay. And it can end then whatever the depth is. We don't know what the depth is. Why could there not be a center? You think that we think the Earth is 2D? I think we're just talking about an 8-mile hole, but we think it's actually 2D. Anyway.
Ugly laugh, bro.
Yeah. Anyway, bro, like you admit though, so no one can even show it's possible. I want the audience to know the truth. The truth is that your model
They can't show
sucks.
it's possible.
Your model sucks. No, okay, who did it? Can you cite it?
There's all these scientists. Like, they have all
Can you
kinds of
name
theories.
name one name one that's shown this possible?
Hey, I have a question for the Glober.
Your model isn't
Can
even a
you,
model, bro. It's a mixture of models.
Let RG speak.
Guy,
He's been trying to get in.
listen. Can you show the formula that you use to determine 8 miles down plus the assumptions that end up with 4,000 miles? Can you show us that example?
I personally didn't understand the question.
Real quick,
Well,
RG, that's their
what
model.
formula, what mathematical construct can you show to prove 4,000 miles down?
Or basically, how do they know how deep it is? That's your question?
No, I'm asking you what post the results from all these assumptions. Over 100 years have passed, and all you have is words and numbers and assumptions. Thank you.
Well, yeah, the very R value itself is just being begged right now, right? We're showing that if you even beg it, and it's been falsified. There's not what this show's about. Like, right, the R value's been falsified. But like, we're gonna, even if we pretend it hasn't been, it doesn't work at all. Like, bro, this is what I'm saying. They're not gonna tell you this in the mainstream. Go look at it. Go look it up, and Wikipedia's gonna tell you it works just fine. And go look it up, and pop sci articles gonna be like, this is how the core works. And go read an elementary textbook, a middle school textbook, a high school textbook. They're gonna show you pictures of it, and act like they know how it works. Go ask any person on the internet that defends the globe Earth and, you know, ridicules flat Earth. They're gonna be like, oh, stupid Flurf. We know exactly how the core works.
Right.
Actually, you have no idea, and your model has now forced you to invoke something that's physically impossible, and they can't even mathematically show it with supercomputers.
Right.
That's a
And
that's
the
a fact.
beginning-
Then they'll just
beginning
tell
of
you, I
this
don't care. It
conver-
doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yo, Flat Man.
At the beginning
Listen, I'll
of the
talk over each other at the same
conversation,
time.
Austin made a good point that it's a package deal. If one domino falls, they all fall. Period.
Imagine if flat Earth invoked an idea
Clover.
that was literally impossible in physical reality to explain the magnetic
I've got
field.
They
one
would
of those.
attack us. Right. They would attack us.
Yeah, they.
Oh wait,
I mean,
but I want to hear your straw man of what you think is possible in a flat Earth. I said, if imagine us saying this is what causes the magnetic field, and then we just invoke something that literally doesn't exist in reality and is physically impossible even in theory. And then we said, no, but dude, prove it's not true. Prove it's not true. Prove that there's not unicorns at the center of the flat Earth.
Yeah. So it wasn't about the flat Earth. I mean, about the core.
Purple
But today there
hippopotamus.
was a strong discussion about something that was physically impossible regarding the optics of the horizon. We won't go into it now, but
Yeah, because that's not what
there's
we're
plenty of
talking
things
about.
without proof, right? But
That's not what
having
we're
proof
talking about.
is and dismissing things without evidence that don't have proof. We need to be able to openly talk about what is acceptable as evidence and what isn't.
Okay, do you have actual empirical evidence that it's even possible that your belief of how the core works is true?
I'm not a
Somebody's
geologist,
no
so I
sound
can't
on
talk about the
YouTube.
core.
Sorry to interrupt.
but I'm not a rapper.
See, that's the problem.
Because this is
all
not
these
about the
sciences
core, ultimately,
are
right? It's about,
separate.
One at a time, everyone, please. One at a time. Jeez Louise.
yeah, I'll sit back.
I'm not saying you don't have to. I'm just saying like
Right.
everyone's talking at the same time, and as soon as someone else starts, they jump in, and it's audio chaos for the audience. Can everyone like, if someone else is talking, don't talk. Be patient. Everyone can jump in.
Okay, so I just want to point out that all the sciences nowadays are separate. That's why we can't openly discuss a solution. You know, there's like 30 different solutions according to Globers. You know, I'll let y'all talk now. Thank you.
I'm just gonna keep repeating this question. Can anyone like, okay, this? I'm just stating facts here. Okay, here are the facts. They had a model. They claimed that there was iron at the core. It created the magnetic field. Their model ended up having to be revised. They found out it had to be really, really hot in the core to even pretend that this globe model could be true. They've discovered, of course, that means that our model of the core and the magnetic field can't be true because metals lose their magnetic properties, their ability to be magnetic at a certain temperature. And what they need the minimum of the core temperature to be is way too high. Way too high. Like over 600% too high. It's not even close. It's one of the worst failures ever. Okay? So now that has been falsified. So they had to make up a new theory. They're like, okay, actually the magnetic field doesn't come from the core. Okay, this is post hoc rationalization. You're making up a new reification fallacy, moving the goalpost over to claim the magnetic field comes from the outer core. So they claim that it's spinning, generating electric currents that makes a magnetic field. Okay, They have tried to replicate that in a lab to show that it's even theoretically possible, and they can't do it. It isn't possible. Secondly, they can't even get the math to work when they use supercomputers in 2024. Your model is literally impossible. That is the point. It is not me saying it. It is just a fact. It is impossible. It is physically and even mathematically impossible. So if you want to come up here and tell us it's true, can you please provide evidence that it's even possible? That's before we get into the fact that obviously you can't actually verify it, right? But like, can you even show it is possible? Can someone cite actual empirical evidence that substantiates that claim is even possible, please?
I'd like to add on one real quick thing here. If we increase the pressure and the temperature as we go down, if we just say, oh, well, the pressure goes up too, so we have a linear relationship or whatever, and we can maintain a solid iron core. Well, first of all, it's not so simple because you have to have a specific dance as you go down. You have to have the pressure go up and down to allow for liquids and solids to get your mantle and your outer core and your inner core. But then just specifically with the magnetic field, with the Curry point thing, the pressure, as it turns out, shout out to Sacred for finding this paper, note on the effect of pressure on the Curry point of iron nickel alloys. So not only are you way above the Curry point, the temperature of the Curry point down in the the outer core, which makes a massive problem for ohmic dissipation, but you also have like literally it says here, for alloys containing iron, the Curry point would decrease with pressure. So you're going higher and higher and higher above the Curie point. You're making an even greater difficulty for generating a magnetic field. So you really have to have the lower pressures in order to have your model make sense.
Anyone have a direct rebuttal of specificity? Are we all going to get the same cop out where it's I'm not a geologist?
What should the process
Dude,
be?
seismic
How should we
activity.
discover these things?
You should just you should just concede that your model's not even theoretically possible.
It's dark matter, held
Oh.
together by gravity.
Yikes.
But it's human nature to
Sorry.
investigate, right?
Anyone
And
on the
theorize
panel?
and try things.
It's also human nature to accept evidence for what it is, and whenever a belief that's antithetical to all observations, experience, and empirical measurements is shown to be physically impossible, we therefore accept that. We don't just keep on believing it, turning our head from the elephant in the room and pretending that we actually know for a 100% fact that the physically impossible option is the truth, even though it's the opposite of all evidence. That's what we don't do. That's like insane. That's like get put into a place that takes care of people. Insane.
And at the same time, like the proof for it spinning and moving is the same proof of it being flat and motionless is kind of like psychotic, guys. Is that fair, bro?
Wait up. I just want to. Okay.
Azza?
Can everyone just concede that you guys, you don't even really know much about this, but that your model is physically impossible in its current state? Can we just can we get some middle ground here?
Yeah, I'll admit there's a lot of unanswered questions, right? We're getting a better handle on it over time, but a lot of unanswered questions.
No. It's like no one can even come up with the theoretical answer that is physically possible.
Which is okay.
And Globers, can you remind us when this theory was first produced?
Which theory that of the structure of the Earth's core?
Yeah, about the core.
Yeah, I don't know.
If you don't even know when this theory was put forth, it's kind of hard to prove it definitively.
I want to point out here, I'm showing the screen. This is a physicist actually trying to replicate the idea, and it doesn't work in physical reality. It just doesn't work. So, is that not significant? Don't you agree that we can dismiss your entire belief until you can at least demonstrate it to be possible? Or do we have to actually just believe it's true, although impossible? That's the part I'm clearly having a hiccup on here. I don't understand the disconnect, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the intellectual, honest position would be, look, with all the stuff that you guys showed me tonight, I gotta at least reconsider my position. Just on the Curie point, amongst all the other things that they got wrong, right? At least reconsider your position. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Essentially what Austin
more.
is saying is that it's like a religion. It's a faith. Yeah.
Right, and also,
Let's let the Glober jump in.
Give it?
Let the Glober jump in. What is it? Daza?
Right.
Yeah.
What is
Wait, RG, just as RG, Daza, go ahead.
So, one of the things that I noted when you were giving your introduction was that you made the comments about the Earth being measured flat as a fact, and that the sky is moving and the Earth is still as a fact, right? So it's important that we have the right facts and we don't mislead people deliberately. And the intent of the model of the globe is not to mislead people.
Yeah, it is.
It's a journey of discovery, right?
No, the actual intention in its inception is to deceive people. Yeah, but I mean, your model says, we measure the Earth flat, but I mean, it works that way and it seems that way, but it's just because the Earth's so big, it's actually curving, but we have to measure it like it's flat. That's the official still,
but
man.
to make a claim that the Earth is measured as flat, as a flat topographical plane,
Literally.
which I think were your words, something, yeah.
Mhm.
You would need evidence of that measured flatness, right?
Yeah, all plane survey data, which is how we've measured out every
Mm.
square inch of the Earth that we
No,
can.
that's not
that
measuring curvature plane survey data. That's
Oh,
measuring
so
surface features.
we're measuring
An
that
actual
the Earth's a
measurement
plane.
of the form of the Earth, right?
We're measuring that the Earth's a plane. I said the Earth measures flat, and then you said you asked how. I say all the plane survey data, which is how we measure the Earth. You respond with, "That's not measuring curvature. That's your what?"
No.
Of course,
the aim is
because
to measure the curvature of the Earth, right? Planar survey, you can't go and take planar survey and join it up globally, right?
No.
It doesn't work.
That when we measure the Earth, it measures flat. Why would the goal be to measure something that isn't there? How can we build
measure
things if
the
we
shape.
did that? Where do we in civil engineering? Where do we measure the Earth curving so we can build things?
The only place I know of is LIGO,
Okay, we've already refuted
where
that.
they would need to do that.
We refuted that many times.
Refuted that.
Yeah, and here's a very
Okay, we won't
easy
go there
logic.
today,
Here's a
because we wanna
very
stay on topic. But yeah.
here's a very easy logical way to refute that. How could LIGO have to account for curvature, but all the other engineering in the world didn't?
LIGO needed a physically straight line. It didn't need to be level. It needed a physically straight line.
You've
Yeah,
lost it, mate.
like all structural integrity of everything in the world. Yeah. So
No,
now,
but even LIGO, right? 4 kilometers, that's 2/60ths of a degree shift, right?
we have projects way
Not
longer
enough.
than 4 kilometers.
But they don't need to be dead flat, right? Level is fine.
Okay, but if you extend a horizontal out from your local position and assume that
Mm-hmm.
horizontal is the level in relation to the Earth, if the Earth is actually curving down below it, then yes, you would have to account for it because you wouldn't be level at that point. You would be not equidistant above the surface. Level meaning equal distance above the surface. So that wouldn't work because, say, over 10 miles, it'd be 66 feet of difference, which is very significant when you're building things, right? So,
Yeah. But when you go out and build something like that, right? If you're building something that long, you would level it. You'd use survey leveling to go out and do the differential leveling, right? Which
well, horizontal
is providing a level.
segments.
It's not Yeah, but they're all joined together
Horizontally.
based on the local vertical.
Yeah, based on the initial
No, based on the
establishment.
local vertical. They don't form a straight line.
They literally do. That's how we build it.
No, they literally don't.
So you're
Anyway,
saying we build wait. You're
madness.
saying we build it like it's straight, but you swear it's not. If
we
the
build
Earth
it like it's level and perpendicular to with vertical.
Okay, what's perpendicular to vertical?
Sorry. We build it like it's level and we use vertical as the perpendicular. So we just stripped up our words.
What's perpendicular to vertical, bro?
At a point, it's the horizontal, right?
Oh, no, it's always horizontal.
No, it depends whether you think verticals are perpendicular to each other. Parallel to each other, sorry. Verticals are parallel.
Okay,
I don't believe verticals are
let's just
parallel.
cut the chase, my guy. I don't care what you believe. That's my whole point. You believe the opposite of what is observed. That's the whole point. You said that I said in my opener that the Earth is measured flat. That's just a fact. Your model says, oh, well, yeah, sure, we measure the Earth flat and we build things as if it's flat, but I promise it's not flat. And we see that we observe and experience the Earth is stationary, but I promise it's actually not. And we actually see that the stuff in the sky is moving, but I promise it's not. And we fly planes like the Earth is flat and stationary, but I promise it's a tilted, wobbling, spinning ball. That is your model. So on its face, the default position is that the Earth is a stationary topographical plane. You're claiming the opposite. And you have an entire model specifically, right? And we're talking about right now that the core of your belief, it's physically impossible. I don't know, like, if someone's actually in pursuit of truth, right? How would they skate past physical impossibility? Like, what could be more direct refutation of a belief than it being literally impossible in physical reality? Like, how can someone take that and be like, well, that's inconvenient. I don't understand it. I guess we don't have an answer. I'm just going to say I'm not a geologist and then ignore it. Do you not see that maybe, just maybe, you're like not being honest with yourself, right? You have a bias that's like something that you can't.
I think we've all got a bias here. There's no doubt about that.
Well, we all used to believe the Earth was a globe. We all had a bias against flat Earth as well, right? You realize that, right?
Oh yeah.
Because you get ostracized, you get maybe fired, your family gets mad at you, everyone calls you stupid. You know, if you're public, then you basically can't get hired anymore. We all wanted the Earth to not be flat, right? No one wanted to believe that. We had the same bias. It's just that one group was able to step back and be like, look, as much as it may suck, as much as it may be uncomfortable, as much as my inclination is to not believe this, if it's true, it's true. What I'm going to do is challenge my beliefs. I'm going to suspend belief and try to verify it. Is this story I believe true? First thing I'm going to have to do is inform myself on the story. How can I have a justified belief if I don't even know what the belief is, right? So that's what we did. We went and had to inform ourselves. That's why when we talk to people that say flat earthers are so stupid and we know the Earth's a globe, we start asking them about their model. They don't know anything about it. They say stuff like, I'm not a geologist. I'm not an astrophysicist. I'm not an astronomer, right? I'm not a physicist, because they don't know their model. Do you not find it interesting that all the people that are extremely informed on the model are the ones that found out it's not true and don't believe in it anymore? Isn't that an interesting relationship?
Yeah, but from an outsider's point of view, I see other aspects of that dismissal of the information as well. That the standard of evidence required, for example. So I had a long conversation this morning about the horizon thing and this, the vertical optical convergence into the ground, which has no basis in kind of any known optics, right? Yet it's
but
fact.
To be fair, before you get up, like, can you answer Witsit? Like,
yeah, look, the whole environment here is kind of weird. That yes, people on the globe side have to accept a little bit more on faith, perhaps, and accept big picture things as being correct.
And they're less informed on what they believed in the other side. Like, I'll just call it like it is. Like, did you know? Have you learned stuff about the globe Earth core model tonight?
A little, yes. But
have you learned stuff about the borehole tonight?
I have learned about the borehole.
Mm-hmm, right.
I don't understand the borehole as a falsification, right? So it's one sample in one place of the Earth. It was broadly, so this is the thing, right? It's a bulk model that they're trying to put together. Broadly speaking, they kind of saw what they were expecting, but it was not exactly the same.
It wasn't even close.
They knew it was going to be solid. It was going to get hotter. It was going to be certain compositions down. It was, broadly speaking, what they were expecting to see, but not very precise.
It's just common sense
that there's going to just common sense from the surface.
It's common sense that it's going to be hotter and have more pressure, regardless of what the Earth is.
Why is it common sense?
You're going further into the depth of the Earth, bro. What are you talking about? There's it's below more Earth. Of course.
You're making an assumption there about something about the nature of the Earth, right? What basis have you got to assume it's going to get hotter?
Wow. Because for one, it's going to be under way more Earth. Secondly, we've dug. Wait, time out. We've dug holes. We've dug holes before, right? And what we find out is that the pressure increases and that the temperature increases as we go further and further down. So logically, that's what's going to happen. Your side's the only one that comes in and makes a claim and says, oh, well, it has to be at this rate for it to work. And then it wasn't at that rate. You said they generally found what they expected to find. Like, no, we already knew that it got hotter when we went down further. They found water where there wasn't supposed to be water. They just claimed they discovered something bigger than all the oceans put together that were underneath the Earth. They thought that no water could permeate there, and now all of a sudden they're finding free-flowing water.
Is it free-flowing?
Yeah, free water is called free water.
I think it's embedded in the rocks, but it's not like lakes and rivers.
It says free water.
Yeah, which means it's not chemically bound. It's
kind of
liquid waters. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the major point, right? Like, when I asked you about, like, did you learn anything about the borehole? This is the meta. Every flat earther in here knows about that. every flat earther knows when people are like, oh, well, what's underneath the flat earth? Like, how would we know? The deepest hole ever dug is 7.8 miles. It's the borehole in Russia.
Yeah.
And in people, we know that the claimed core distance is 3,959 miles, and that 7.8 miles down in the deepest hole ever dug, that they were wrong the entire way. And it was not the right temperature, and it was not the right elemental composition. They claimed like chemical anomalies, geochemical anomalies. You know what that means? That means that based on what is there in the earth, the chemistry required to create the element there within the model is anomalous to all known chemistry.
No, that's not anomalous to all known chemistry. It's not what they expected to see there when they drilled, because they couldn't see it from their seismology and they hadn't seen it anywhere else.
No, the reason it
They weren't
wasn't
expecting.
the reason
So they
it
drilled like a 200 millimeter hole 8 kilometers in the ground. It's hardly a representative sample of the entire Earth. Everything we've seen before.
First of all, you keep saying that, but on your model, the layers have to extend all the way around the Earth. I don't know why you keep saying that. Like if it was in Russia somehow, that place is different. No, wait, time out. You're wrong.
Every place is different.
You're wrong. The geochemical anomaly is that if the geological model was correct, that could not have been there. Okay, that's what it meant.
Yeah.
Like it couldn't have been. So they had to change the model so that it could be there. That's what geochemical anomaly is. And this is what's so funny, right? It's like the meta is very simple. Do you agree that for the globe Earth to be true, you have to have a core model? There has to be a core at the center of the globe.
For which part of the model?
In order for the Earth
For
to
the
be a
Earth to
globe.
be spherical?
No.
You have to be a globe. I don't know whether that's strictly required or not.
Okay. So
because if we can measure the sphericity from the outside, what is inside doesn't really have too much bearing other than working out the density potentially.
Okay, well, your entire model is predicated upon the belief of gravity, and it has a specific density and mass and weight of the Earth. Okay. Secondly, right, you have to explain the Earth's magnetic field. So in the globe, it has to come from the core, and the Earth has to have a certain density. So now you have to create something that's going to increase in pressure, increase in temperature, and sustain a magnetic field within a specific density of a sphere. So the answer is yes, of course. If the Earth's a globe, you have to have a core. Not only do you have to have a core, you have to have a very specific type of core. So one that will maintain a certain high levels of temperature and pressure, right? We'll be able to have a gradient of density and temperature and pressure, and we'll be able to generate and sustain a magnetic field. Now, you have another major problem, though. I say I want to keep going through the information for people that are new, and maybe Toby or whoever can jump in. One of them is the asymmetry problem. So if you just think about it, you have a sphere, and then you have the core as another little sphere. The outer core is just a little bit of a bigger sphere, right? So you have concentric spheres, right? And so if they're saying that the outer core is spinning, so it's liquid metal, it's spinning so fast that it generates electric currents, and then that creates a magnetic field. Again, they can't even physically demonstrate that to be possible in reality. They're not even remotely close. And then supercomputers can't even make the math work. That's pretty significant,
I feel
right?
like you're giving them too much credit, bro. Like, I don't even think that they're like on the same level that you are.
Oh, wait up, I gotta make this point. So, okay, now think about having the concentric spheres. That means that if a magnetic field's being generated from that sphere in the center, then the field has to be symmetrical because where it's coming from is spherical. So if you have liquid metal rotating around in a sphere, right? And it has to be a specific element so it can maintain a certain temperature, it has to go a certain speed so it can generate electric currents, you're going to have a symmetrical field coming from that sphere. The Earth's magnetic field laid on the globe model isn't symmetrical.
It moves,
so it's
right?
even if it moves or doesn't move. If you go look at where it is right now, if you go look at anywhere it's ever been recorded, it's obviously all the data is just thrown onto the assumed globe, which is where you're getting the problem. But the point is, it's not symmetrical. It's called the asymmetry problem. And this isn't something as simple as like, oh, it moves around, oh, things aren't perfect. It's like it's a very well-known, huge problem. It's so much so it's called the asymmetry problem. So even if you
Yeah.
were to pretend there was some type of physical mechanism that could work in reality to generate the magnetic field, which literally isn't the case, there isn't one, then it doesn't even create the magnetic field that would happen on the globe, right? It's asymmetrical. And then there's a discrepancy with the relationship between the axial rotation. Toby may know more specific details about that. Do you want to like kind of explain any of that, Toby?
Yeah, sure. It's just it's off by what is it, like 11 degrees, I believe. And the important thing to note with that is that they invoke for the convection currents in the outer core, which is supposed to be what's generating the magnetic field. They say that it's the hot core causes the outer core to flow, like convection occurs, and it flows towards the cooler mantle, the inner mantle. And then as it cools down at the inner mantle, it's supposed to go head back towards the hot core. There's a current that forms. But the orientation, the currents are supposed to be in helical, like up and down orientation. And that orientation, the reason that they claim it orients like that is specifically because of Coriolis force, the rotation of the Earth. Like Witsit was pointing out, this is another problem within the Geodynamo model in that literally the rotation is 11 degrees off. Like what? There's no dynamic, sensible explanation for that.
That means it's physically impossible.
That means we don't understand it fully, right?
No, it means it
When you
doesn't
say
work
it's
within
physically
physical
impossible,
reality. It doesn't work within physical
It
reality.
means we haven't worked out what the hell is going on fully yet, right?
It doesn't
There's
work
something
within
going on
known.
below the
It
Earth.
doesn't work within known
We
physics.
all agree that there's something under us, right? We
Doesn't
all
work.
agree there's something under us. There's a magnetic field coming from below. We have to work out what it is and why it's generated. We don't know
Right.
all of those answers yet, right?
Oh
We're
no,
still
there's a
working on
magnetic.
it.
There's a magnetic field coming from the northern region. That's what it's doing. Like there's a center of the field. That's what we know. But the point is that on the globe, it has
And
to
there's
define
one pole of the field.
on
There's magnetic fields a
the-
three-dimensional thing, right?
yeah, of course, yeah. We live within a torus field on the block domain wall. On the globe model, it has to defy known physics. I really just like. Do you have any type of like? Can you address what? Can you?
Living in a torus field on a block domain wall. Can
You're asking me to
provide
give you a
physical evidence for
mainstream citation that the Earth is flat? Is that where we've gotten?
And there's the plane, yeah.
I don't know, but it just sounds like you are quoting something as being a fact to the audience, and it'll be interesting to see.
No,
it's
my idea. Just my idea.
Your idea. Okay, so you need to say, I think that this is what it is, not that this is what it is, right? It's important that you don't.
But it's
represent
better
your
than your
ideas
big in the
as
question
fact.
model, brother.
No, I agree. We don't know what's going on. Right? We're trying to work it out.
Wait,
We have to-
Piezo's been trying to get in.
Hey guys,
So I just wanted to say, like, I understand that this is going to be contentious anytime that you disagree, and especially if you disagree fundamentally. But I don't think that it's operating in good faith or intellectual honesty to keep bringing up the point of the facts and the standards for facts, right? And then turn around and like blindly defend a model that, first of all, the previous formulation of it was already being taught as fact. Then it was completely shown to be impossible and false. They post hoc rationalized and completely changed it, and now that new version of it is treated as fact. And then that one doesn't work either. No one can explain it. It's still presumed to be fact. So like this, there's complaints and this like terminology being thrown around this whole time about like what kind of standards do we have for facts, and you shouldn't be like saying things and preaching things that you don't know to be facts when your entire model is not fact and it's taught as fact, and they indoctrinate children with it in school, and you don't keep that same energy on your side of the house, but you try to push it on us.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? That when we teach children about our best understanding of what is going on, we need to particularly if it's something like this where we can't physically go there, we need to be clear that this is how we think it is working at the minute. This is how we think it is happening, and not present it as the whole final truth, right? That there may be things happening that we don't know about. And
Yeah, so the problem with that is
so I
that
don't know,
when
how do we solve that problem? How do we communicate the potential ideas about what the Earth may be to children as they're growing up when we don't know the whole answer?
Well, this
How
is
do
the
we do
thing,
it?
right? Is that when they teach it in school, they don't teach you how they know this, right? You as the child assume that they have some solid evidence backing it up, and you're just getting like the final answer or result, which is a problem. And for example, they used to teach gravity was that mass attracts mass as if it's a fact. Now they've changed it. So they're always changing it, but people still believe the old thing. They do the same thing with evolution. So yes, they should teach it as this is a theory we have, and this is the evidence for that theory. And in this case, it would be this is what we believe the Earth, the core of the Earth is, but we don't actually have any evidence for it. Are they going to say that?
They should also say there are They should also say there are alternative possibilities and encourage the child to think for themselves, to investigate for themselves, instead of sucking the life out of them and basically portraying to them that everything's been figured out. Just remember this belief when actually it's deceiving them because it isn't true. It isn't a fact. It's just an idea. They should actually be like, hey, actually, here are all the problems with it. And in fact, the only reason you wouldn't explain how it doesn't work is because you're deceiving them, because someone writing the textbooks wants them to believe a certain thing. Because if it was just a free and open society in pursuit of truth, you would encourage the youth, right, to help you discover what's really going on. You'd be like, yo, like that would get them excited about learning. That was the only time I was excited in school, was like, oh, we don't know what that is. Maybe I can be the one that figures out what it is. But they don't tell children that. They don't say, well, we thought the core was this, but found out that doesn't work at all. But then we think it's this right now, but this is actually not working. And so you can figure out what it is. There are many options. It could be something we don't know at all. It could be something completely different than what we think it is. They don't teach them that, right? They teach them propaganda.
I was definitely taught.
We're taught to deny our senses. Right?
You were not taught that the Earth could be in the center of the universe. You were taught the solar system is a fact, right? You were taught that gravity's a fact and it holds you onto a ball. You were taught it's a fact the Earth spins and it's a fact the Earth moves around the sun. You were 100% told that that's a fact. You were shown a globe, and then someone in the class said, how do I not fall off of that? Everyone laughed. And they said, "Oh, silly Jimmy, gravity." And then they said, "What is that?" It's circularly what holds you there. And everyone's like, "Oh, okay.
Curious,
when is recess?"
I'm curious. Are you a Christian, bro?
Sorry, me?
Yeah, mate.
I'm a
I'm
Christian.
not.
Oh, okay.
In the sense, there's a creator.
But I guess you'd say that I hold broad Christian beliefs. I'm not religious, but I have much of the same moral backing that you would expect in a Christian community.
I got a question for you, though. So let's check this out.
It's a weaponized term, just like flat Earth.
So let's think about this real fast. If we were to tell children, look, here's the deal. We got a couple options, right? Option 1, the Earth is spinning, but it just feels like it's not moving. And actually, when we see all the stuff in the sky move, that stuff is sitting still. It looks like it's moving because we are moving and we just can't feel it. Option B is that the reason it feels like the Earth is not moving is because the Earth is not moving. And the reason it looks like the stuff in the sky is moving is because the stuff in the sky moves. What decision do you think they would make?
But Witsit, there's the final piece. The final piece is we've been to space and we've taken a photo of the Earth and it's clearly a globe and it clearly spins. So we know the other one.
That's big in the question, bro.
I know, but
assuming all that
wait. I know, but when you go to school, they're assuming that the authority is telling the truth. So that is how it would then be positioned and taught to them, right?
Yeah,
That
but
makes
even
sense?
that,
Like-
yeah, but even that would be a misconception. If they had gone to space and seen the Earth's a globe, in theory, it still wouldn't prove the Earth is moving, right? So, like with the specific example I'm saying, in their model, if they went to space and looked at the Earth, it could look like the Earth was moving just because the whole universe was moving around the Earth. And my point is, we all know what the child would think, right? We all know. Now, this is where people would say, "Oh, that's child abuse," because they just think they're just going to accept the simpler, more intuitive option. No, it's child abuse to lie to them and tell them their whole world is inverted from what they experience, when at the top levels of academia in 2024, it is admitted that the Earth could be stationary with all of the physics, all the kinematics, all the dynamics, everything in the model admits it. But you don't tell the children that. Why? I know why. Because if you told the children that, we all know what they would choose, right? We all know they'd say, it makes way more sense that the sun is moving around us, because that's what we experience. And if you were even to open that gate to them, you would never get them back. You would never get them back. You think you're going to come back, double back around in 7th grade and be like, oh, by the way, it's all actually backwards? Of course not. That is a problem. Like, how do people not see that that's a problem? And how would anyone, this is a side note here, but the fact that anyone would suggest that telling children that truth, which is what I'm going to do with my daughter, I'm not going to tell her what to believe. I'm just going to tell her how to think, not what to think. And I'm going to tell her the situation, which is what I just said is just the truthful situation, and let her think for herself. How could anyone suggest that that's child abuse? Isn't it abusive to mislead a child into a world where they think everything is backwards, but you can't actually verify that, and to mislead them that people have proven it? When they like, if an adult told a child that that they turn into Superman at midnight, they'd believe it. Like, they believe anything an adult says when they're young. I mean, that's a bit of a rant, but that's significant. And we can't even get the adult Globers to level with us and admit, right, that, like, yeah, all the observations match that, and actually it could be the case, and we should tell children both options.
Yeah, and give them both options, but give them all the information. So, I was reading something the other day, which was the paper you cut a snippet from, the relational
mechanics
stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, right. And that's where, as you said, that their physics goes that you can't determine whether the Earth is stationary or the universe is stationary. There's no difference because the two are completely interchangeable in their physics. But they also admit their physics is incomplete, right? That it doesn't explain a lot of things yet that we see when we look out into the space, but it does cover a number of core kind of concepts that are
Like what? It doesn't explain what.
They couldn't explain
I have a
redshift.
question for the
And they
globe.
couldn't explain the cosmic microwave background. And they admitted that in their paper and some of their other stuff. And they also they don't predict some of the things that the alternatives predict, right?
I would just like to talk to you for like 30 seconds, mate. Just before we go on from here. Your whole model is a bunch of begging the question assumption fallacies, yeah? And with no proof. And we're trying to like bring an alternative view to that. And so like I don't really know like what's going on with you like spiritually or something like that. But like if you're seeking truth, bro, you have to realize that these are fallacies, bro. Like your whole structure is a bunch of fallacies. I just want to say that. God bless.
Thank you. Yeah. So just I've got to disappear in a few minutes, but the going back to what would you teach the children about the motions of the Earth, Witsit, that so you'd say to them, right, this is what I would do anyway. Imagine yourself lying on the ground in the middle of the desert in Australia, looking up the stars at night. You'd see the Milky Way rotate over you, and that gives you one perspective about how your motion might be through the universe. And then you can look at the sun during the day. That will give you some other perspective. You can also explain to them how your perspective can alter that. If you change your point of view, and imagine looking at the solar system from the outside, it's equally valid to interpret the heliocentric view of things as it is geocentric. And you might say to them, well, why don't we feel the rotation of the Earth? And you say, okay, shut your eyes. I'm going to stand you on a merry-go-round. And I'm going to turn you around. And you turn them around at 15 degrees per hour. They can't feel it, right? They don't know they're turning. You say, well, this is probably why we can't feel the motion of the Earth through space.
You wouldn't say that. You wouldn't say that. You wouldn't say that. You wouldn't say that's probably why.
Well,
I was in agreement with you all the way up to there.
Why, right? Yeah.
You would say that these are how the two options would work.
Yeah. So our senses about what motion we would expect to feel as humans don't work at the scale of the motion of the Earth, or not lack of motion of the Earth.
The potential
and
alternative, yes.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
I think you should tell them all that. Yes, you should tell them all that.
Yeah. So you could then show them things like, have a heavy mass and something spinning off it on a string, right? And show them how the heavy mass kind of wants to be in the middle with everything flinging around the outside.
That isn't what happens.
It makes sense that the heavier stuff is in the center of any kind of rotational system, that if you want to look at it from that perspective.
No, that doesn't make any sense. The heavier stuff just wants to go down.
Oh, no, I'm talking about something if you had it spinning, right? So you had a
it's going to go to the outside.
Big steel ball.
The stuff's going to go to the outside.
Yeah. So if you had a big steel ball and a string and a little steel ball, and you spun it so that the string was taut, right? That the whole system's going to try and spin around that big steel ball, and it's only when the size of the second ball becomes about the size of the other ball that you start to see that motion where they're spinning around the barycenter, and that you could say that is how we think the solar system hangs together. That the sun is heaviest in the center. All these things are in motion around the outside, and it kind of seems like the logical way that things would move.
No, it doesn't. But you can tell them the option. I've said that many times. Like, we already tell them that option, right? I'm all for telling them the option. I don't think, but a child is very intuitive. In fact, they have to have intuition bred out of them. And that's why we have a bunch of adults now that when we talk to them about this dynamic and kinematic equivalence, the fact that the Earth could be in the center, it's like their brain shuts off because they've had years of indoctrination. When you tell a child, look, option one is that we don't feel the Earth moving because it's not moving. Option two is you could be moving so slowly that it feels like you're stationary, and it's going to make the other stuff look like it's moving. Or option two is just that other stuff is moving. Okay, they're going to be like, okay, I guess it could be possibly the other one. I'm still kind of leaning towards like what I experience, right? When they go into the world and they start thinking about it, they're going to be like, the Earth is not moving. Like, I see everything else moving. Sometimes the wind blows, sometimes it's completely still. That's an absurd notion to me, right? If we're going to be honest, a child's going to think that the one that's most logical and intuitive is the truth, right? And someone actually make the argument that that's the reason that you shouldn't tell them the alternative. The second thing, if you want to come up with this idea that the sun's the biggest, you're going to tell them, but that would require that the sun actually be way, way, way bigger than the Earth, but it's going to look like it's way smaller when we look at it, right? And it's going to look like it's the same size as the moon. And you can say, so look, option one is that the sun and the moon look like they're the same size, and they look like they're smaller than the Earth because they are smaller than the Earth and they are the same size. And you could show them two things be the same size. Then you could say, and you could take a really big ball and you could walk really far away and take a little small ball in front of it and say, if you get at just the right angle and just the right distance, they can look like they're the same size, even though this big ball is really, really big. And you're going to keep stacking those things up, right? And the child's going to be like, wait a minute. Logically, it is not making sense to me that all of these crazy deceptive illusions and coincidences are stacked up everywhere I look to make everything appear to be the opposite of what it is. They're going to logically put together. Clearly, someone's come up with some way in every scenario to explain why it is actually the opposite of what I see. So even a child will be able to understand that repetitive coincidence is not logically admissible. That's the point. Professor Waterball. Yep. So anyway, that's the point I'm making. I'm all for transparency. Tell them every option, and that's the worst thing that could ever happen for like the spinning globe proponents. And we won't have to get on to others. Like redshift doesn't work. If it's the idea that everything's expanding away from you, it doesn't work. There's anomalies. There's things that's way further away that have less redshift, things way closer with way more redshift. It's not an uneven distribution. They're saying, oh, there must be something outside the visible universe called dark flow that's pulling parts of the universe and changing the redshift and all this crazy stuff. Or no, none of that's real, and that's not why we see redshift, and it's all electromagnetic retardation. Everything's electromagnetic or in a torus field, or things further away typically maybe go through more of a medium based on the different mediums that can change. But anyway, and we're not going to teach children redshift,
That's
but
also,
the redshift hurts you. The redshift doesn't match your model at all. But you can tell them, okay, look, when we look out into space, what we see is that the Earth's in the center of the universe. It looks like everything moves around the Earth. Okay? Option 1 is that the Earth is in the center of the universe. And if that's the case, then you remember the other options we were talking about, how it feels like it's not moving. Well, that's what that would mean. If the Earth's not moving, we would be in the center of the universe. And when we look out, it's going to look like we're in the center of the universe, which is what we see. Option 2 is we are moving. We just can't feel it. And we're actually moving many different options, many different ways, right? And then we're going to look out. It's going to look like we're in the center of the whole universe. But actually, right, the universe is accelerating and expanding in all directions. And it just makes the Earth look like it's in the center. And then you can pull out a balloon and put little dots on it, blow it up, and say, see, these dots are expanding away from each other. So if you were that little dot, you wouldn't really be able to tell if you were in the middle or not. And again, logic and intuition is going to dictate, right, that repetitive coincidence is insane. And if you have to invoke repetitive coincidence to convince me my entire experience is the opposite of what is real, I'm going to dismiss it. You're going to have substantial evidence. And last thing I'll say, you say, yeah, you can put them on the merry-go-round and spin around 15 degrees per hour. How are you going to demonstrate the idea that we're going 66,600 miles per hour around the sun at the same time, and that we're actually wobbling in 4 different ways at the same time? And then we're going a different direction, 500,000 miles per hour. How are you going to demonstrate that to them?
Our rate of acceleration is low, right? We're not changing directions fast despite those speeds. So the biggest rate of change of direction that we have is the rotation of the Earth, right? I think that exceeds all the others. And we can't feel that.
Oh, but the point is that you're not going to be able to actually show them anything. They're just going to have to tell them, trust me, you can't feel it, bro. You're going to have to say, trust me, bro. And they're going to say, wait, what? It's not just the spin. It's like, I'm also flying through space. I just can't tell. And I'm also wobbling 4 different ways. How are you going to show the child a ball wobbling 4 different ways at the same time?
Well, you tell them that it's wobbling. Each of those wobbles some of the wobbles take a year. Some of the wobbles take a day. Some of them take 28,000 years. You wouldn't
aren't
just
they
say
going
it's
in different
tilting and squirring all over the sky, because that would be misleading, right?
But aren't they going in different directions?
Was,
Aren't they wobbling in different directions, even if it's different rates?
But the rates are very low. The rate of change of direction is very low.
I know, but what I'm asking you is, how is it physically possible that a ball can wobble in 4 different directions simultaneously? The rate doesn't matter. I'm just talking about like the physics.
I'm trying to think of an example here. I think we've all seen those spirograph machines, right? Where you put all the gears in and you draw circles by pushing a pen around. So those things are moving in multiple directions at the same time. But if you move them slowly, your pencil is, you can just see the tip of the pencil moving along the paper. That's all you see. You're not aware that it's going in and out if you're just to focus on the tip of the pencil, because the pencil is not, going berserk, even though the motion is very complicated. At a given point in time, the pencil is just moving slowly across the paper.
It's not analogous to a sphere wobbling in 4 different directions.
No, and analogous to the motion of the Earth through the solar system. It's the same
I'm talking about the wobble. I'm talking
about
the wobble, bro. The wobble. Okay, the wobble.
So the wobble isn't really a wobble. You're talking about the tilted axis.
They're not, the Chandler wobble's not a wobble.
The precession of the axis you're talking about now.
There are 4 different wobbles. They're all wobbles. The Earth's on a tilted axis and it's wobbling in many different ways. And by the way,
So the Earth's tilt is not a wobble, right? Because we always face the same way inertially.
but we're wobbling.
How big are these other wobbles? Can you quantify those for me?
Like you said, one of them is 26,000 years. One of them is like 17 years. One's like every 7, whatever. And they're going to claim that they're small. That's not the point, though. Like, yeah, they're small, but the point is that because they're compounding, they're compounding vectors on a singular physical object.
And the net acceleration is essentially dominated by our daily rotation around the axis.
No, bro, it isn't about acceleration
in terms of what.
It's like, can you demonstrate a physical object? You can demonstrate that a ball can spin and move in a circle at the same time. You can demonstrate that. Can you demonstrate a ball wobbling 4 different ways at the same time? You can't. It's physically impossible.
No, I think we might be able to. Not a ball, but imagine a spinning top, right? We've got a spinning top, a bit of precession.
You'll get 2. You maybe can get 2 wobbles out of a spinning top.
Well, we can have a spinning top spinning at an angle, right? We can sit it on the end of a stick. Most tops will have a bit of precession in their wobble due to just manufacturing tolerances. So if we've got that top and we balance it on the end of a stick, and we turn around in a circle, we've got that compound movement going you've just discussed. We can lift it up and down, we can turn it, and the top will just continue on its merry way as we rotate it round.
Hey, bro, Witsit, before you answer, do you understand, Daza, how far you've appealed to an extreme to prove the crap that you believe? Go ahead, brother.
Well, I want to point out to you, just so the audience knows, the way that they supposedly found out the Earth's wobbling all these different ways was that their model kept being wrong. Okay, so they get more and more precise, detailed observations of the sky, and it wasn't working because the sky's processing in a way that wasn't supposed to be. So they're like, oh, well, it must be wobbling. And then they noticed that a different part of the sky was processing a way it wasn't supposed to. Oh, well, it must be wobbling a different way at a different rate. And then they noticed that with those 2 wobbles and the rotation of the Earth, the moon's orbit wasn't matching what it was supposed to. So they added another wobble. They just infinitely add new motions to explain away what we see, when obviously the alternative option is just that everything moves at their own rate because they are independently moving. So one option is the Earth's not moving, everything else is moving. So of course they process their own rate, they're moving on their own. Option 2 is everything appears to be moving in relation to the Earth moving. Therefore, you have to put all the motion on that single object to such a point that they've actually added 4 wobbles to a singular spherical object that can't be replicated in reality whatsoever. Absolutely cannot. I've scoured the internet. The best you can get is 2 wobbles. That's the best you can get on like a actual mechanical gyroscope. You can get like notation basically, and you can get 2 wobbles. You can't get 4 wobbles. It's not possible.
And forget the 3-body problem.
3-body problem is not a problem.
Okay, let's not even get into it.
It's a huge problem.
It is a problem, but
it's a problem analytically. It's a problem, right? But going back to the motions, right? Would you expect that we could just go look up at the sky with the crude instruments and go, there it is. That's the motions of everything sorted, done and dusted. What is wrong with, as time passes, providing more precise information? So broadly speaking, the path of the Earth relative to the solar system and the sky, it's the same as it was a century ago, right? We've got more fine details of those motions now, but we haven't fundamentally changed our view, right?
All right, let's see if we can talk you through this. Okay. The stuff in the sky is moving, and it's like progressing over time, right? And everything is processing and progressing on its own rate as we see everything move on its own. Okay, what is option A to explain that?
Wait, what do you mean? What is option A to describe that? To explain that?
Our observation is that, we see everything moving on its own, and they move in their own rates and cycles and their own progression. What's option A? It's that they're all moving on their own. That's option A. Option B is that's an illusion.
There's nothing natural. There's nothing causing them to move.
What? Obviously,
So they're just
something's
moving on
causing.
their own.
No, obviously something's causing them to move.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I misinterpreted what you meant by they're moving on their own. Okay, yep.
Yeah, I'm independent of the Earth. So anyway, and then option B is like, oh, well, it looks like they're all moving on their own, but it's actually the Earth spinning. Logically, you say, well, if the Earth's spinning, everything's going to move together. Because it's all not moving, but we're moving, so it's going to make it all move together. But we don't see that. We see things moving separately and progressing and processing over time on their own. So then they said, oh, well, there must be like a wobble here, a different wobble there, a different wobble there, another wobble there, right? And it's spinning, and it's revolving, and it's flying through the galaxy, and the galaxy is flying through space. All at the same time. It's because it all has to be the Earth that's moving. And it got so bad that it actually is a claim that's physically impossible again, because you can't have one single spherical object wobble 4 ways. And what you're doing, basically, respectfully, is appealing to possibility. So you're saying, well, like, I think, look, isn't it possible? That could make sense. That could make sense. And that's obviously a fallacy, right? Like just because something's possible doesn't mean it's true. But it's even worse than that. You're appealing to possibility even though it's not possible. So you need to demonstrate that it's possible a physical spherical object can actually rotate or wobble 4 different ways at the same time. You need to show that it's physically possible that you can have a geodynamo model of a core that's actually causing a magnetic field that's not symmetrical on a sphere, right, at over 6,000 Kelvin. Like, my point is the globe is just appealing to globe earthers, and I understand why. It's because they were told this belief, and it's a hard thing to grasp that maybe people are lying. But anyway, this is what they're thinking, and this is like illogical. They think if I can explain a theoretical possibility that would make sense, then the globe is good. So we can still believe it's true. That's not logical, though. I can make a million things. Technically, it's possible that unicorns are at the center of the Earth and that they inhale in unison, and that's what creates what we call gravity. But sometimes they run out of breath, and that's what causes gravitational anomalies. And I could just say an animal we know exists that way. I could say it's possible. Appealing to possibility is illogical, but it gets way worse when you can't even demonstrate the possibility. That is such an egregious begging the question. Do you not see the problem there? Don't you agree I'm founded in saying, okay, if you're claiming the Earth's a sphere and it's wobbling and you just keep adding them to it because your model keeps being wrong, and we just have to act like it's not wrong for some reason, am I not founded in saying, well, at least show me that it's physically possible? Can you show me a sphere that's wobbling 4 different ways at the same time? Like, isn't that a reasonable request? Like,
yeah, well,
I have a question.
I definitely have to understand those 4 different wobbles, what they mean. I'm not familiar with them all.
On the globe model,
And
what is the reason?
to be
this happens?
fair, yeah, go ahead.
Is this?
Yeah, my question is,
Can everybody jump
on
in
the
here
globe
too, or
model,
is
what
it
is the
only-
reason for the
Yeah.
wobbles?
oh, they don't
Why
actually
does the-
claim, they don't claim a causal mechanism. It's just they had to add wobbles because the sky was not moving the way it was supposed to, right? Like, they don't actually explain why it wobbles.
Well, that's
They
the
don't know.
question.
Well, they don't know. That's what I'm telling you. It's physically impossible. They can't tell you why.
What's the 4th? I'm aware of precession, and now I know about the Chandler wobble. What's the other one?
There's like notation. I don't remember all the official names. I'll look them up.
Right, Chandler wobble's an example of notation.
Yeah, there's 4 wobbles. I'll look it up.
And by the way,
Care
can
if I make-
insert- I think I could do it real quick.
Yeah,
I-
Piazza, go ahead, brother.
Wait. I'm big tech. Could I go real quick? Very quick.
Mhm.
There was option A, option B. A was everything's moving in the sky, so maybe everything's moving. B would be, oh, maybe I'm moving, and that's why it appears an illusion that everything's moving.
Mhm.
But I think C would be, what if the sky's moving and I'm moving? And I think that's what the globe theory is, that as option 3, everything's moving.
Sure, but like in relation to us, everything is at rest, right? So like technically the sun's moving through the galaxy, but in relation to us, it's at rest relative to
The
Earth, right?
stars are moving, but they're too far away.
Well, but no, like Mars and Venus, they're not at rest relative to us.
No, they all move in. No, we
Reason
observe
why
them
Mars
as
is
if they
retrograde
are.
is 'cause it appears that it's
Right, the
like sometimes
precession.
it changes directions and stuff. And then
Yeah,
we
yeah,
look at it and
retrograde.
go, oh, it's
Mhm.
yeah, it appears to be a good explanation. We thought of like, oh, if it's going around the sun, sometimes it's going left, sometimes it's going right.
Yeah, it's specifically that the moon moves in its own little cycle and progresses. The stars progress over time, etc. Right, and so option A is like, oh well, the stars move on their own, the moon moves on its own, etc. Option B is all those things are appearing to change their motion over time because the Earth is doing all these different things that make them change over time. Because in relativity, it's all relative. So the sun is at rest relative to the Earth. The stars are at rest relative to the Earth.
They just told me my mic is quiet. Is it better now?
It's about
Still
the
quiet?
same.
Yeah, it's not super quiet, but
What if I can?
I don't know actually in relation to me.
They're telling
I
me they got
mean,
me at 200.
After
Maybe-
Big
is
Tech
this better?
finishes, can I drop some before I get out of here?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I just wanted to.
I had a question too, but I'll wait till after yours.
Thanks, man. I just wanted to touch real quick. It kind of got glossed over earlier because there were so many things being listed, especially when we talked about the kids in school. But the merry-go-round thing that he brought up, that analogy, right? Like putting the kid on the merry-go-round and turning it 15 degrees per hour and saying, "Look how slow this is. Like this is potentially why you wouldn't feel it." Is still not really good. Like you would need to make that merry-go-round extremely, extremely ridiculously large in diameter, and then you need to spin it, and you need to show the kid like the difference in what you feel close to the center of it and the difference in what you feel at the edge of it, right? Because if anyone's ever been on a merry-go-round and played on one of those things, not the like the horses ones, but the ones at the like parks where the kids will spin it and get you going like crazy fast and fling you off, you know very well that the closer you get to the edge of that thing, the harder and harder and harder around you go, because it's your tangential velocity that matters. So they want to talk about how slow 15 degrees per hour is when you use an analogy of a clock and all that stuff, but you have to remember that you have to extend that clock arm out 4,000 miles long and then stand on the edge of it. So even though it's moving 15 degrees per hour relative to the center, it's moving around at 1,000 miles an hour, and it's always
Dude, like-
constantly changing direction.
But
Bro,
it's the
like a
acceleration
15-second
that you
thing
feel
before
is
you go,
important there.
Daza. Is
Velocity.
that I bring this up a lot, Piezo. Is that like the centrifugal force? Like, is there like stronger gravity at the equator? Like, it doesn't make any sense, bro. None of it makes any sense.
Now, the
With
gravity's about the
centrifugal
same.
force, wouldn't there need to be more gravity at the equator?
Well, I
To
didn't
hold
want
the
to drop.
water
I didn't
back
want
and
The
to. I didn't want to
gravity's
derail.
far
Go
bigger
ahead,
than
mate.
the centrifugal force, right?
Hold on.
By a
I didn't
factor
want to.
of 10.
I didn't want to derail the conversation. I just wanted to drop that clarification because like sometimes it gets glossed over. I didn't, I don't want to like take away from what's being talked about now. I just thought it was relevant to mention because it didn't get mentioned earlier, and it was kind of just passed over as like a tacit like acceptance of the rotational velocity, but not the tangential one. Thanks.
Right. But if it's supposed to be a constant, it doesn't make sense to me. Go ahead, brother.
Constant that's changing, bro. You didn't know?
I'm sorry, Austin.
If it's
Yeah.
time for me to go,
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to ask. I've been seeing people asking why. I don't understand it's being posited that we need a container around the atmosphere for the gas to not escape into a vacuum. Can we talk about that? I don't understand the contention there. And how's my volume? Anybody say it's bad? Oh, they say it's well. It's
yeah,
better now.
yeah, you're good.
Yeah, it's good.
Decent.
I mean, I can take it. I think everyone here can take it, but anyway, there's something called the second law of thermodynamics. It's known as like the most indisputable natural law that exists.
Right.
And it's basically really simply just that
Energy
system.
seeks equilibrium.
Exactly, yeah. And through a process called entropy, and then what the actual cause of entropy is, no one knows, right? Natural law doesn't really deal with causes. It just says this always happens. So systems always seek equilibrium, and high pressure always migrates to low pressure. And so if I have like a gas pressure system next to a vacuum, the gas is going to violently fill the vacuum every single time. And
unless something's
stopping it. Yeah, of course, but like a physical container, right? So if you invoke the ideal gas law, it uses a physical container to actually determine the pressure mathematically. The globe is claiming that gravity is acting as the container, right? And so the idea is that it's like pulling the gas down to the earth but there's a few problems. And one problem is, well, we know gas goes in all directions, including directly up. And that's the opposite of down, of course. And it does this at the
All directions
surface.
on a globe. Every direction on the globe is directly up.
Please don't interrupt, bro.
Well, I mean, at any given point, you have up and down, right? So it goes in, it's omnidirectional dispersal. At the surface of the globe model, gravity is the strongest, right? Because it's relative to the center of mass. So the closer you get to the center of the globe, the stronger gravity is. So if I test this claim out near the surface where gravity is the strongest, and I put gas pressure next to a vacuum up higher than it, right? If I remove the lid, the gas fills the vacuum. Gravity does not keep the gas inside the chamber. Gravity, which is just assumed to be true, if we assume it's true, where it's the strongest, it doesn't stop gas from filling the available space. Yet there's a claim on the table that says where it's weaker, right, and where the vacuum is the strongest, stronger than we can even replicate on the Earth, somehow the gas is prevented from filling the available space.
Right. So where it's weakest and it's dissipating, somehow that's keeping the vacuum or the low pressure system of space. Yeah, I got you, bro.
Okay, so space is so there's not a low pressure system of space as I understand it. There's a no pressure, but pressure is created by the gravity, right? So the further you get from the surface, the lower the pressure because the lower the gravity, and because the lower the density.
Well, for one, of course, there's no such thing as no pressure. Like in a perfect vacuum doesn't actually exist, right? Nature abhors a vacuum. It's just an extremely low pressure system. We call it a vacuum, and it's 10 to the negative 17 torr, which means there's just a few hydrogen atoms per cubic meter. Like, and on the Earth, we can do like maybe 10 to the negative 6. Some claim 10 to the negative 8th. We can't even get anywhere close to 10 to the negative 17. And you have to have like huge, like 5 foot thick cement, walls with like crazy rods in them and all this crazy stuff. But anyway,
yeah.
But the point is like, yeah, there's a gradient, right? Yes, the low pressure, the pressure gets lower the higher you go, and that's what globe earthers will always say back, right? They're like, well, but we have a gradient, and that's actually skipping over the point, right? Because we're trying to figure out how do we even have the gas pressure here to then have a gradient. Like, we can replicate a gas pressure gradient in a container. That makes perfect sense. But like, how do we even have the gas pressure to then have the gradient, right? Unless there's something physically containing it. And if you claim it's gravity, well, like, we can prove that gravity doesn't do that, because where it's the strongest, it doesn't stop the gas pressure from filling the available space of a weaker vacuum. And so that's the problem. Everyone's like, oh, well, what about the gas pressure gradient? And it's like, no, we have to have gas pressure first.
Yep.
Hey, real quick before we segue off of this, I think if we could sub Pizio in real quick to touch on the ideal gas law and how it's based off of kinetic theory. So they don't even account for gravity in the way that they present it. It's all based off of, a physical surface to cause pressure. So applying it abstractly to, less gravity in the sky equals XYZ. Well, it wouldn't work like that at all, because with the ideal gas law, you have the excitation is going to be based off of the heat. So it would just keep going out into space. You wouldn't have an atmosphere. So Pizio, if you can come up and go over that real quick, that would be awesome.
Was that the totality? Do I get to follow up on? I think
you can. Piezo's going to kind of explain it further, and then you can say whatever.
Oh, this is on the same topic.
Are you talking about the deep? You talking about the deviation from ideal gas law, Alan? Can you specify which part just one more time, real quick? Like, which part you want me to touch on?
Yeah. So the ideal gas law and what it's based off of for their calculations, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So like Boyle's law. So there's like, if you look at the ideal gas law, PV equals nRT. You've got the pressure and the volume on one side being proportional to the temperature on the other side. R is just a constant, and then N is just how much gas you have. It's a number of moles, but the pressure is directly proportional to the temperature as well as the volume and the temperature. But the thing is they've modeled this, in containers since, at least 100 50 years ago, roughly. What's weird though is that like the ideal gas law, based on their theory of matter, doesn't actually even hold up. It's actually imprecise. It's actually always off by a little bit. There's always a little bit slightly less pressure than is expected as per the ideal gas law. And in the kinetic theory of gases, a container is filled with these little particles that are making a collision. Like in a vacuum, right? There's very few particles, so there's very few collisions, right? Less pressure, etc. But the more collisions you have, and the more that tightly packed in there you are, the more pressure you have. And so you would expect in the purely kinetic model it to be exactly equal to the ideal gas law. Then you add in the intermolecular forces, right? You get electron clouds, etc. You got these little gas particles. When they get really close, like in a high pressure chamber, they should, in theory, push away from each other because you've got negative electrons pushing away from negative electrons with the electrostatic force. This should, in theory, add to the pressure of the system. So in reality, it should be a little bit more pressure than the ideal gas law. But in every pressurized container, even extremely high pressurized containers, which would have more intermolecular forces that we've ever measured, all the way until this day, every single contained system has slightly less pressure than predicted by the ideal gas law. There's some reasons for that. I just dropped a paper in the side chat. If you want to look at it, it's got a lot of relevant highlights. You can go through the highlights and see the relevant parts. But yeah, it's the ether theory of matter, the fluid dynamics theory of matter explains why that would be the case, because it's not a bunch of little billiard balls bouncing around. It's actually like little pockets or corpuscles or vortexes within a fluid medium, and the integral maths it out and shows why it would be that way. So
You went all the way for the big leagues, bro.
I think that's what I wanted.
And he kept it as condensed as possible, which I appreciate. So the big takeaway here, though, is that they have a model that of how they're accounting for gas pressure that includes a container and it doesn't include gravity, and even the way that it behaves in the container isn't aptly described. So to then apply it to the sky, like it's just going to fix everything as a uniform gravitational gradient, when there's direct contradictions to that in the lab, it just it doesn't make sense to just say that as a belief, just have that as a belief system.
Tying it back together, yeah. Last point. This is, and I think this will tie it back together a little more. The way you actually calculate the pressure, right? It's pressure along a surface, and the pressure is actually created by the change in momentum due to the reflection of the gas particle off of a surface or off of another gas particle.
Bro.
Right, and so you have to have a physical surface in order to create a change in momentum. Now you have that down at the bottom, right? You got the surface of the earth or whatever, but the rest of the container walls also have to be there because there's collisions happening going in every direction. So if you don't have a container or a physical surface, you cannot have a physical change in momentum. So there would not be like pressure on the other side that would be maintained. It would flow out. You can't use gravity as a container. Gravity is not a physical barrier. So, yeah.
Yo, and I don't even thought about like the intermolecular electrostatic repulsion force being significantly stronger than their reified gravity force. That's not a force anyway. So like you got major problems at the edge of space. Jeez Louise, bro. God forbid an electron meets in another one in your model. All right. I mean, that thing's going to pop off into space with a quickness. But anyway, obviously his point is the meta point. This is why you're never going to hear a quote unquote flat earther not have that in their chamber, because we've asked PhD physicists, they don't have an answer. There isn't an answer.
And the idea that like a column of air. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I think Big Tech was going to go. I've had my go.
Well, I'm not. I mean, the way I visualize it in my mind, my understanding of the common perception, it seems to make sense. I'm not really seeing still the. I mean, you're maybe citing an experiment I'm not familiar with. You said something about if there's a vacuum in a container, the atmosphere zooms off somewhere against gravity or something, and it shouldn't. Maybe you could send that to me, and I'll check it out and have my mind blown. But the way I see it is that I understand at the bottom of the ocean there's way more pressure, because there's a bunch of matter stacked up on top of it. Essentially, that's why a submarine has to change its pressure as it goes down deeper. And I think our atmosphere, my understanding is that it's basically we're just inside of an ocean that's the same as the liquid ocean, except for it's an ocean of gas. So at the lower altitudes at sea level, it's the highest pressure of gas. The higher level you go up into the atmosphere, that'd be just like going from the bottom of the ocean to the top. And at some point, you do cross a threshold, like just when you go through the surface of the water, ascending from the depths up to the surface. Once you transition, there's like a change where there's like the water doesn't just float off into space for the same reason the gas doesn't float off into space. Gravity is causing it to cling. There's not a physical barrier stopping the water of the ocean from floating away. And in the same way, there's not a physical barrier causing the gas to float away. The gas just pools just like the water does. What's wrong with that idea?
So I have a question for you, Big Tech. If you're on Earth, that's where gravity is the strongest, right?
Right.
So if you have two containers, one stacked above the other, on the bottom container you have, let's say, some gases. On the top container is an empty vacuum. What happens if you remove the barrier between the two of them?
The pressure is going to
They'll
equalize.
converge.
If you have pressure in
Okay.
the bottom one,
Mhm.
so if you have a positive pressure in the bottom, so there's atmosphere in the bottom, positive
Mhm.
pressure, and you open access to a zero pressure, it's
Mhm.
going to equalize as far as it can,
Okay, so why didn't the gravity keep the gas in the bottom container?
because it had enough force to equalize further than gravity allowed it.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
gravity
But you
allowed
did
it to
this.
go.
You did this experiment on the Earth where gravity is the strongest. So why would it? Why would that not happen? Same thing happen at high altitudes where gravity is weaker.
Because there's no pressure, there's not force pushing it infinitely out. There's enough force to keep the upper atmosphere above us, but not enough force to push it forever. So it doesn't go forever. It goes a certain amount, and that's how far it goes. So I would say that in order for you to replicate the experiment, what you'd have to do is have a container on Earth with, let's say, like a couple atoms of gas or whatever, very sparse pressure, or whatever's the equal to the pressure in the higher atmosphere, the furthest level. And then you'd have to have a container above it that it has a vacuum. And that container, if that extended all the way to space, I think we would see the gas pool somewhere on the bottom half of the container. I think you might just not have a big enough. The gas has the ability to spread out that far. There's enough force involved in spreading the gas. So I think if you had a container as big as the Earth, or just like something that actually scalar represented what we're actually dealing with the hugeness of the planet and the size of the gas ocean that we're all inside, if you actually represent that at scale, I think then you'd be able to get a representation of like.
But
you'd
this
see
is
the
a lot
gas
of
pool.
assumptions based on the reality that we're presented with, bro.
Well, that's what a hypothesis is, right? It's a guess. I think that's what you'd see, and then you'd have to test that.
What happens to water in a vacuum?
I don't know. It turns into gas, right?
Mm-hmm. So in your model, right? Do you have a sphere, 70% water, surrounded by gas atmos? Is that your model?
Right. Yeah. There's enough pressure at sea level for the water to stay liquid, and it even
Yeah, but
condenses
how
in clouds
how
and
could
stuff.
this? Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
Yeah, go ahead.
So how could this sphere of gas and water be in a vacuum? That's physically impossible.
A vacuum just means no atmosphere. So the atmosphere clings to the Earth, and beyond that, there's no atmosphere, and we call that.
How can it
Vacuum.
cling to the Earth?
We're pointing out it
It
does.
doesn't even do it on the Earth.
Well,
It doesn't cling to the Earth.
Yeah, Austin,
Well, it
go ahead,
clings
bro.
because it falls. There's a falling. There's an
What I'm saying
everything is
that, but
accelerating
bro,
toward the Earth.
check this, bro. But everything doesn't do that, because if I
What
open up if I open up a gas container, that gas fills the available space, including going directly up. So is it going up and falling at the same time? Of course not, right? The gas
If
is
there's
going
a
up.
force pushing it up, it will go up. Yeah, but it's always accelerating, even if it's not moving.
So here's another
Like
problem.
I'm
is that
falling,
the Earth,
I'm accelerating now.
the Earth is actually
what weight-
moving through space as well, and
You
it's
know,
not
the-
leaving any of this gas behind. So that's another problem. So if it rushes up into the vacuum, it's already gone. It's already left behind. So you don't have, even the Earth doesn't have this the time you want it to do such a thing.
You can't be
Because the Earth is
releasing
moving.
gases, bro. Do you understand that? Like, you can't be in an enclosed system and then be releasing gases. You would be like sucked out and dead. Do you understand?
If it
Well,
goes
we
towards the
don't
vacuum,
use
it's
the
gone.
word sucked. Okay, vacuums don't suck.
I'm
High-
sorry.
High pressure systems fill the available space. Omnidirectional dispersal. It's instant. It's violent. If you open up a gas pressure container near a vacuum, it is going to fill every square inch of it. And if you do it again, but you make the vacuum chamber a little bigger, it's going to fill that available space as well, because that's just what it does, right? Systems are
Wait a minute.
always
I
seeking
think
equilibrium.
you're incorrect there. I think you said that wrong. It's not going to fill it can't. I mean, a molecule of gas is only as big as it is, right?
Well, yeah. But what I mean is it's going to attempt to fill every square inch of that, meaning like there's not going to be a part of it that's off limits, right? You're not going to get too high to where the gas doesn't go up there anymore. It's going to keep.
How do you know that? Have you done it?
Because every
but it's
test that's
getting
ever been done has shown that gas fills the available space. Ever been done. And then in the idea of gravity, as I get further from the Earth, gravity gets weaker. So like,
But my question is, has there been a test that's had enough available space in the vacuum chamber that it would equal a scalar representation of what we think the Earth is as globers? Have you
So
tested that?
have you ever thought about this, Big Tech? How did Earth ever build an atmosphere? How did
Well, wait a
Earth
minute.
ever build an
I'll
atmosphere?
answer that. I'll answer that next for sure. But if there's no answer to my question, then I'm assuming then we haven't done that test.
for one, we shouldn't like ignore his questions and respond with questions, right? That's terrible etiquette. That's what globers do. But
Because how did the Earth build an atmosphere then?
yeah, but
Because
wait
you're
up.
saying
But he asked a question, right? We can't just like answer with the question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because that's what globers do. I don't know about a scalar as in to scale, right? Because if you actually even try to grasp that, it's probably insane. But you could do it if you made it small enough, right? Like if you made the amount of gas small enough, you certainly could. Now, I already explained you can't actually replicate that vacuum. You can't do 10 to the negative 17 torr, right? But you could take a little bitty box and you could put it in the vacuum chamber that we create on the Earth, the Sandusky, which is a terrible guy to name something after, but anyway, they have like a vacuum chamber, like a giant vacuum chamber. But the point is that like, so you could scale it. Now, I'm not going to claim I've ever seen it perfectly scaled or anything like that. I would also point out that, of course, if someone's claiming that's what's happening in physical reality, they should show that it's possible, because it would be the first time that it's ever defied what we see right now. But this is the major problem with it. That idea suggests that the actual physics changes at a certain point. Like as in there's a certain scale where all of a sudden the physics changes and the gas doesn't disperse omnidirectional. And that would mean that all of our gas laws are wrong, and they are idealized. But like that would be like a major problem.
I don't think that follows really, because in my understanding, a sphere explains that it does move omnidirectionally, so that causes it to perfectly spread out into 360 by 360. But omnidirection literally means like spherically. It moves in every direction as far as it can. That's how far the atmosphere goes, and it can't go further because there is an acceleration in toward the massive object at the middle, which is the planet.
Even when it's going up, though, right? You think, and like you believe that like the Earth is moving up to you right now, and you think that's like what your model says, right?
Earth moving up.
Yeah. Relativity claims that like the Earth is moving up to you right now. And it also, like, the idea is that the gas is going up, but it's also going down at the same time. The reason that you can't do it, literally. But the reason that you can never actually build that test to scale is because your model claims that the vacuum is infinite. So if there's like an infinitely expanding vacuum, how can we scale that, right, in proportion to the amount of atmos? Like, you couldn't, right? Because
so that's the problem with I think if you're going to claim that our tests show it doesn't work, it's like, well, you don't have the ability to
and big tech. If I may,
Flatman,
for like
chill,
20
chill.
seconds.
No,
Go
chill.
ahead, brother. Go ahead,
Okay,
brother.
this is the problem.
I think that if you can't make a scale test of what we're claiming that the Earth is, then you can't say that your test has debunked it.
Here's the point. If we were it goes in the wrong direction, meaning like the infinite aspect means it's more and more space, right?
Right.
And like that works against you. The more space there is, the more space there is for the gas to fill. And then the stronger, quote unquote, the vacuum is, the more violent that process of filling is going to be. Right. So if we're able to replicate one that's like smaller, that works in your advantage, if anything. So if we can't show it working.
I disagree. No, I think you're wrong about that. I think the size, the scope, the scale, the size of the vacuum of space doesn't mean that this gas would expand even further and more violently, any more than saying like the size of the sky would mean that the water would fly into the air more violently. No, it pools where it pools and it stays where it is unless another force causes the water to splash up, or waves, or evaporation, heat. There's things that cause the perturbation of the pooling of the ocean, and you could cause a perturbation of the pooling of the gases, but the ocean's going to have a limit based on forces that are at play, and it's just going to stay where it is. You get more water, it'll rise, but there's no other reason why the ocean would expand beyond its, the top of the ocean. And the same reason, and that's literally because there's a downward force that's causing the water to accelerate downward, which is what causes pressure at lower depths in the ocean. In the same way, we have a pool of gases that's just like the ocean. We are in an ocean of gas. So for the same reason, the ocean doesn't fly away off the Earth. Whatever causes that, the same thing is causing the atmosphere to not fly away into space. It just stays here because it has mass. Mass accelerates downward. You say it's because there's, electricity come down from the sky, or however you say it, or there's the big G gravity, or whatever the thing is that causes things to accelerate downward. The gas is accelerating downward, but it's also based on density expanding as far as it can, which is in spherical. It goes as far as it goes.
That's
but
a
no
lot
further.
of assumptions, brother.
What is water made
Flatman,
of?
let me say something.
Excuse me,
Flatman.
Flatman.
Don't just jump in just to say it's assumptions, right? Let's stay
Don't tell me
specific.
like that's rude.
What is water made of? What's the chemical makeup of water?
H2O, right?
Okay, and you're familiar with the evaporation process, right?
Right.
Right. So if hydrogen is part of that combination, that should be at the top end of the atmosphere. Why would that not just extinguish off into space?
Because
you think it's just
mass.
clinging?
Because it has mass, and mass attracts mass in my concept of
Real fast, but
Yeah,
can
yeah,
so
sure.
it's attracted to
Go-
the planet.
Riggs, go ahead. But I just want to I want to respond to, because it's frustrating
go
because the water analogy has been thrown out like 3 times. Word to the room, okay? If you're not going to respond specifically to the point being made, we don't really need color commentary or hand wave dismissal or red herring fallacies, please. It's kind of annoying. Okay, so water and liquid and gas are different. They're fundamentally different. Okay, so they're different states of matter. The primary and most relevant difference is that liquids have a definite volume, right? And gases have no definite shape or volume. That's the primary difference, because they're different states of matter. So gas is just going to fill the available volume, whereas water
they have
being
an infinite potential. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm not aware of that. Does gas have no limit to how far? Can a gaseous atom get as infinitely large, or does it have a limit to how far the electron can go from the nucleus?
it's not about the size of the quote unquote gas particle or whatever. And actually that's a whole model. We won't get into that. But it's the gas doesn't lose its energy, because it's going to always continue to collide and increase in kinetic energy. It's going to always be able to maintain its energy. It's not like it's running out of gas or something. And this idea that everything is going down, doesn't work. The gas goes straight up. And so I get you can
Only
say
as far as it can go, though, right? What causes it to go up?
the actual density relationship, right? And the kinetic energy, of the gas.
Once there's enough, once the density becomes thin enough, it will stop going up. Once there's no more pressure density gradient, it'll go the lightest, least dense, like you said, like a hydrogen. There's going to be just a place where it will find equilibrium at the edge. Just
Well,
like
it's
the
not.
lower-
That is yeah, okay, but it's not going to find equilibrium if there is a lower pressure system above it. See,
Correct.
because that's where it's always going, is to the lower pressure system. So the vacuum of space is an infinitely low, infinitely expanding low pressure system.
But
Like just so you know, the
but-
model,
but-
the globe model claims that gravity is just, they miraculously claim that gravity is acting in place of a physical container, and then they do their math as if it is still a physical container. Then they mathematically deduce the kinetic energy of this, right, using a physical containment math, and then they claim that sometimes things like hydrogen do escape into space. And so, like this idea that gravity's going to keep it at a certain height doesn't work, right? Because they're claiming that some of it does escape, which means it's an open system, which means now we're just blatantly violating the second law, because so imagine the gas particles at the very highest level of the quote unquote atmosphere,
where gravity is the weakest, mind
Yeah.
you. And here on Earth, we all know that density overpowers gravity by far, and we're right next to the damn Earth.
But it's not like 10 times weaker. It's like a little.
Doesn't matter. It's just that it is weaker, right? Because
but we're talking we're not talking like way weaker. We're talking.
Okay,
about
you're right.
like-
You're right. So let's presume that gravity's about the same up there in strength. Okay, density still, is way stronger, and we can demonstrate that down here.
We're stacking up. I want to address what Witsit said. So you said that the thing would escape into the lower pressure system because there's less pressure out there. But that, I don't think you have explained sufficiently why then, if the gas above the surface of the ocean, like the air, the sky above the, in the 10, 15 feet, like right there above the ocean, that's a lower pressure system than the ocean. Why doesn't the water just escape up in there?
water is a different state of matter. It actually is molecularly held together in a more of a solid state of matter. It's not literally solid, but it has finite volume. It conforms to the shape of its container. It's fundamentally different, right? Your own model would acknowledge that it's different, right? Because it's actually wait. It's a compilation of matter that's held together, therefore has a congruent weight relative to volume. Whereas gas wouldn't be like that, even in your model. They're fundamentally different. Gas can freely move on its own. It's a different state of matter. Okay, so these are different things. Your question would better. Okay, for sure. Just a second. Your better question would be, why doesn't the more dense part of the atmos, move off into the less dense part of the atmos right above it, right? Like if we
I was
had,
about to go there, because I can give you liquid water has surface tension that causes it to bind, so it's different. I understand the different state. Okay, then why then exactly that? There's places where heavier, denser gas pools. Like I go to the golf course quite often. And I find, we know heat rises, cooler gas sinks 'cause it's heavier. At sunset, oftentimes you can observe this on the golf course. Sun's going down, end of the 18 holes. I'm heading back. I hit my ball from the tee, which is up a little high. It goes down into a lower gully and like a little valley. I can walk from the tee down to where my ball is, and I can feel that there's cold air down in there. I didn't go into a shadow or anything. There's actually just a pool of colder gas right there. So liquid propane gas pools, like because it's heavier than the air. Gas pools all the time and doesn't just go up into the less pressure system.
I do need to interject
gas
one
pooling all the time
real quick.
I'm just saying, why can't we just say that the atmosphere is gas pooling around the planet next to a lower pressure system?
Are you familiar that surface tension is purely electrostatic?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, okay, but the problem is you're bringing up, again, liquid nitrogen, right? And if you leave the liquid nitrogen there, you know what happens? It begins to evaporate, and then it expands in all directions. And in a contained system, there has to be something causing the gradient, right? And the reason is it's layering based on density, and so you'd have to figure out, well, wait, what is the cause of density, and that's causing this buoyant reaction that's causing them to layer, right? Well, density is compactness of matter, intrinsically electrostatic, meaning like the actual bonds themselves are held together with a certain compactness. And this is actually the assumption that gases matter, but it doesn't matter. It holds it together, and then they're going to react relative to that density and have a buoyant reaction. They're going to layer that way. Secondly, we have a gas cycle on the Earth, right? And so gas is constantly being cycled predominantly at the surface. So if you were because we have plant animal life, plant and animal life, we have gas coming from below the surface as well, right? The vast majority of the gas cycle occurs at the surface. And so it's like, say the gas is coming up from underneath the surface, then it's being cycled right back down. It's being trapped at the lower portions of the atmos. So we actually expect a greater density there just on its face. We expect more gas at the surface because it's constantly cycling there. That doesn't leave that portion. And we can create this in real life. We can take a container, we can have gas pressure in it, and we can actually introduce gas at the surface of that container and constantly cycle it, and you're going to get a gradient. Further, like we discussed, or you mentioned earlier, we have an electric gradient on the Earth. We have a downward electric current, and we have EM coming from the sky coming down, right? And so we actually have a downward electric bias, which the gas is still disperses omnidirectional. Like these are all variables at play. And then another huge one is temperature. The actual temperatures, the heat, is actually going to cause the gas to equalize relative to the distribution of that heat and the heating of the Earth's surface. So all of these together are the reason we have a gradient. The only problem is, so like there's no dispute in anyone that understands physics, you can have a pressure gradient in a container. No one disputes that. And the globe Earth model couldn't dispute that because they're claiming that gravity acts as the container and that we have a gradient, right? But the problem is that, like, you can't actually demonstrate a gradient without a physical container. Certainly not next to a vacuum. That's the only problem. The problem is that this would be the one time in all of physics that you can have it the way that globe model claims it. What we're saying is we're not just going to blindly believe the like anomalous claim, right? The anomalous physics claim. We're saying, like, demonstrate it. Even if you have to scale it down, do whatever you got to do. Show me that gravity's going to hold gas next to a vacuum at the surface where it's stronger and the vacuum's weaker, so that it can even be possible, right? Because the word pressure means pressing. It's called pressure because it presses on the walls of a container, right? So is the idea that it's pressing against gravity?
No, that's not what pressure. It doesn't mean it's pressuring on the walls of a container.
That is what it means. If you do, if I Google, if I look up a university textbook defining gas pressure, it's going to say the energy or force exerted on the walls of a container. And when you look at the equation, it literally uses a physical container for the volume in the act, because it creates a kinetic interaction with the physical container. That's how we actually mathematically deduce gas pressure, is that there's a kinetic reaction with the physical container. Without that, we can't even do the equation, right? And so what globers don't normally say is, oh no, but this is atmospheric pressure. It's different than gas pressure. Well, how so? Well, what does atmos mean? It means air. Air is a gas, right? Like our atmosphere, quote unquote, is gas. So we're saying this is actually in violation of the second law, and someone's gonna have to demonstrate that it's even possible. We can't just appeal to possibility that the force all of a sudden changes up there by space, and all of a sudden gravity is strong enough to hold gas next to a vacuum, when at the surface it's not, right? Anywhere we can actually test it, it's not. So that's the stillman of the argument.
Just to clarify, you're right that gas pressure, if you define that, what we're talking about is what is this, Newton meters or however they do it, it's like they are measuring the pressing on a container, but pressure itself doesn't mean pressure on a container. Pressure is different than gas. Gas pressure is a readout versus pressure. So I said pressure doesn't mean against a container. So, but you're right about the gas.
Well, yeah, pressure is force over area. Like you can have pressure of a shark bite, right? Yeah, but
right.
Or
like there's gas pressure on me right now, but it's not because that's pressure on me.
Yeah, but that pressure is just because the gas is bouncing off you. And it's hitting you physically and then changing direction. That's how gas always works.
Containing the gas. The gas is really containing me. I don't know.
But you get that the gas is always going to hit each other. I'm curious though, real fast. I'm curious what the panel thinks about this though. Like think about, like, obviously the position is very simple. Where gravity is the strongest at the surface, it can't prevent gas from filling the available space next to a vacuum. How could it then suddenly turn the light switch on and it starts working where gravity's weaker next to a much stronger vacuum and preventing it?
I think you're doing a steel man, in my opinion. I think this is you're doing a straw man. You're doing a straw man fallacy right here, because you're not scaling. You're not making a situation that's the same as what the sphere of the Earth is in space. You're not simulating space. You're not simulating a globe. You're not simulating the pooling effect of gravity. You're creating an artificial small container that's nowhere near the scale, and you're introducing atoms, which I believe are matter. You said maybe they're not. I've never heard that before. But you're introducing atoms into that place that doesn't actually, that's not a good test for simulating what the planet is in space. And then you're essentially saying that since we can't do that here on Earth, in the atmosphere, in an artificial small atmosphere that we've put inside of a container and removed atmosphere, creating vacuum, since it does this, how come gravity's not doing it here? Where it's like, well, it's not your apples and oranges. Like it's not a good comparison. I don't think that's a valid
Well,
test. So
do you agree that everything in physics is scalable, or should be, like real physics?
I don't know. I don't know if it is.
You don't know.
Has to be. It has to be.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be, right? Like, there's a reason why we can't simulate these things on Earth. It's because it's not second nature. It doesn't follow any rules or
Is
application that we.
Like, how big is
yes.
an atom of hydrogen?
Yes.
How large is it?
Well, it's a concept. It's a model. But the point is that, like, use density as an example. If I throw a ping pong ball in water, it floats. If I throw a golf ball, it sinks. You can scale density and buoyancy. It doesn't matter what size it is.
Those things.
Anything in physics. There's nothing in physics that you can't scale. Electrostatics, electricity, magnetism, density, buoyancy, weight. Everything can be scaled. Except for when it comes to the globe, we have anomalous physics. And I've talked to a professor about it, and he said, yeah, that's the case. Right, because the way that our model works is like we can't actually test it, and it's the one example of this happening. And so I'm like, so you agree the only evidence that you can have gas pressure void of physical containment is to just beg the question that that's what the atmosphere is? And he said, yeah, unfortunately, that's all I can think of. That's all we got. And so, like, obviously,
I don't think you're right that everything can be simulated in scale. I don't think that's correct. I don't think you can simulate the way atoms would work at a subatomic level.
I'm saying is that the laws of physics have to scale, specifically. The laws of physics have to scale.
Right, but the experiment can't be scaled infinitely.
So actually, I have a question for Big Tech.
Go ahead.
So whenever this conversation comes up, I always ask, how did the Earth ever build an atmosphere? Because if you say it needs to be at a specific scale, at this current size, for it to work, at one point, Earth didn't have an atmosphere. So how did it build one if it was never at the scale required? That's my question for Big Tech.
Because at one point, the question, because I don't get it yet.
Okay, so how did the Earth ever build an atmosphere if at that point, when Earth had no atmosphere, it wasn't at the scale required?
You're assuming something incorrect there. I'm not saying that.
No, but I'm saying the Earth at one point didn't have an atmosphere. Right?
Right, because it
So
didn't.
how did it build an atmosphere?
At one point, it didn't have
an atmosphere. So how? So
right.
Let's say gases start. How did gases start to build on Earth to the scale that you want for it to work?
An atmosphere just means the presence of matter.
Gases, yes. So as the gases started, so let's say
it didn't have any gas, and then
correct?
Later it got gas.
Yes. How did it start to build the amount of gas it has? At one point, it was just Earth, and there were gases. Those gases would have gone into a vacuum instantly on Earth. So how did it ever build to the scale that you require and that you claim?
At one point, it was Earth with no gas, and then it became Earth with an accumulation of gas.
Okay.
So
how did it ever accumulate to the scale that you require, which is what we have now?
What do you mean to the scale that I require? What scale do I require? At one point, we had a gigantic planet with no atmosphere.
Yes. And then gases started to form,
was
right?
added. And then
how the gas wasn't just added, it started to build, right? Started to get created.
That's a synonym. That's a distinction,
right?
Without a difference.
And then as it got created, it would have been sucked up by the vacuum instantly.
No, why would it do that?
Because that's what we observe right now. But then you're saying, no, we have the right scale.
What we observe right now is that it doesn't get sucked into the vacuum.
Yes.
It stays in pools here.
Yes, because we have the scale. But before you didn't have the scale.
The scale of what?
That's what you're saying. You're saying we can't.
When we do this experiment now. The scale of what?
Okay.
The totality of the Atmos in relation to the totality of the globe creates a
gravity. What you're saying is.
Right, I'm saying the scale of the globe. The scale of the globe. The globe has a scale.
Okay, exactly. So when we do these experiments on the globe, they don't hold the the gas in the bottom container. You say it's because you're not looking at the entire atmosphere as a whole. You need to make metal walls that go all the way up into space. You need to make metal walls that go all the way up into space for it to work. So that's why I'm asking you, when Earth didn't have an atmosphere, how did it begin to build an atmosphere? If all the gas right now just goes up instantly.
All the gas doesn't go up instantly.
It does. It goes from the bottom container to the top container.
And then it stops.
Okay, but then how did the Earth build an atmosphere?
Well, all right, I'll tell you. I mean, I'll just go ahead and spell it out. This seems like an absurd question, but maybe it's not. So I'll just go ahead and tell you the answer. At one day in the past, there was Earth with no gas around it. And then at one moment, the very first gas molecule appeared. And it stayed because of gravity.
But that's not what we
And
observe
then
right
there was
now.
another molecule, and it stayed too. And then
Okay.
another one, and then
So
another one,
if
and
I
then
get a little
another one,
box,
and it accumulated
if I get a
into
little
a giant
box,
pool, which we now refer to as the atmosphere.
So you guys know
Yes.
the official story is that the gas came from volcanoes. Just so you guys know.
Yeah.
So this
one atom at a time.
volcanoes.
That's my story.
Yes, but the thing is, whenever we show you the experiment on Earth, you say it's not the right scale. But I'm saying at the start, it would be exact same scale as it is, as we are doing now. So when you have two containers,
But it would
you
be a
introduce
totally
gas
different-
onto the bottom.
But it wouldn't be getting introduced into a sealed container. It would be introduced onto a planet floating in space. That's a different experiment. So you need to simulate that.
What
then
he's
you have
telling
to-
me,
wait, wait, wait.
remember the analogy with the water you used before? There's enough water in the weight to keep it down. What he's trying to say, how did the first atmos start? Like, how did that weight accumulate? Is what he's trying to tell you.
That's
So you
why.
need a
That's why.
specific
That's why I
amount of
phrased.
atmosphere.
And I just answered
In a
it.
vacuum.
But wait, that's why I phrased it the totality of the Atmos, right? Meaning like
Yeah.
you have the whole totality of the Atmos now, and you're saying that there's a gravitational relationship between that entire thing and the Earth's entire size that keeps it there. But whenever you were just having a little bit of gas, why wasn't that leaving the Earth? Is that your question?
Yes, that's my question. Exactly. Like,
Well, why
it
wouldn't
wouldn't
we?
have the mass
That's my
required.
point. What I'm saying is the reason it doesn't leave is because it falls toward the planet.
Saying the gas wouldn't
But
have. He's saying the Atmos wouldn't have the mass required to keep it here.
No, the atmosphere doesn't keep the gas here. The gravity keeps it.
No, but but gravity is a
The
relationship of
atmosphere
mass.
is an effect of There's the gas has mass.
Okay, and at the start of the atmosphere, when there wasn't enough gas, it wouldn't have enough mass to stay on the Earth. Is my
Why not?
point.
Why would less gas be not enough? Any mass has gravity. So the first molecule has mass. Therefore, it is attracted to the planet and it stays. All
But
of
it
the
doesn't
molecules.
stay.
Yes, it does.
That's the thing is
That's
when
the
we do
atmosphere.
when we do a small, but you're assuming it's a globe and you're assuming there's a vacuum and you're assuming there isn't a barrier.
But
when we
you
do a small scale
test, you're not
experiment,
simulating a planet in space. You're simulating an artificial.
Do you not see the
the
overarching
artificial
problem?
thing is on the planet. The artificial experiment is on the same planet. It has that factor. What do you mean?
Right, and it's inside a pressure system.
Okay, and we are
The planet
apparently
is
inside
not
a pressure
inside a
system.
pressure system. The planet is the pressure system that you're trying to simulate an absence of a pressure
No,
system.
you
inside.
believe the planet is in a pressure system.
No, I don't.
I don't think we're getting anywhere here. I don't think we're getting anywhere.
The planet is in a absence of pressure system. Like the default system is absence of pressure. The pressure is caused by the planet having mass.
Do you get your
Hey,
point?
let's-
I get your point, but I think you're just like, it's too far beyond it. Like, I get your point. It's an interesting point.
Yeah,
We're
and I
like
think
neck deep
and
in the fairy
I'm okay
tales
with
of how did the globe develop,
I don't think
and
that's. Well, I mean,
it's all
I don't
fairy
think
tales.
keeps
I don't think
appealing
that's
to
fair.
scale.
I don't think that's fair. I think that's a straw man, kind of like and I respectfully, when you're saying when we do this in a lab with a bottle and another bottle and one has a vacuum and the equilibrium, I don't think that's a valid test of. I think that's demonstrating entropy. I don't think that's testing whether or not we could have a atmosphere on a planet. It's not the same test. So I think you're actually presenting a straw man and saying this debunks it when it doesn't. I don't think that's a valid test.
It is a valid test though, because
Maybe you can
because-
send me some info on what you're exactly
Sure.
referring to. But what I'm
Sure.
visualizing is like that's a different test. The test you'd need to do to simulate what we're experiencing in the creation of the atmosphere around a globe would be a different test.
Well, my point is that you have like an advantage because you have a little bit stronger gravity. I mean, it's a few percent. It's a few percent. It's a few percentile stronger, and then you can't even replicate as strong as a vacuum. Not even close. So you have a weaker vacuum. So you have stronger gravity, weaker
Vacuums don't have
vacuum.
strength. Vacuums don't have strength. You can't say weaker vacuum.
Okay, but it's the reaction between a pressure system and that vacuum have a strength, right? So yes,
But the
it's just
strength is
it's
the
a
right, it's
colloquial use of the term because actually a vacuum is just the absence of, even though they don't
Right.
actually exist. Yeah, but it's the violence of the actual interaction, right?
Well, when you say it that way, I think it's actually like it's a misleading framing. The way you're framing is that there's a pressure of a vacuum, or there's the strength of a vacuum, and there's a violence of changing because of entropy. That's not what we experience. That's not exactly.
It is what we experience. If I put a
That's
soda,
not
if I
how
put a
it
soda
works.
in a vacuum, it is violent, bro.
But
It's
not
violent.
The vacuum doesn't cause violence. If there's in what you're calling violence, the explosion that would happen is.
I
the
just correct. I
spreading-
just specified that. It's
But what I'm-
just the reaction between the high pressure system and the low pressure system. It doesn't matter. The greater the difference between the systems, the more violent the interaction.
Right. It has to do with the ratio and
Okay,
the differential
but
of
that's due
the
to
pressures.
a stored up bunch of energy pushing outward. It's not an energy. It's not a strength of a vacuum.
Why do you think? Why do you think the Earth?
Pressure
Go
that's
ahead.
put in the can of soda or whatever, or the
Yeah, yeah. And as soon as I open the soda, it goes psh, and it equalizes the low pressure around it, right? So in all
If it's allowed
scenarios,
to, right? If there wasn't enough gravity in the middle of that soda can to hold it in, it would spray out.
okay. That's my point. Is I'm using the Earth's gravity, and it doesn't stop it on the Earth. Okay, you're claiming that you think it would be different without really any specificity as to how it would be different. So this is the simplest way to boil this. This is
It does go out. It goes all directions as far as it can go. That's where it goes. It
including
goes as far
directly
as it
up, including directly up.
There's no
When you say
thing
as far as it
directly
can
up.
go,
It's 360
Wait,
degrees on a
wait,
sphere.
wait,
It's every single direction.
what
It
do you
goes
mean as
out.
far as it can go? No, but it's okay.
around.
There is up on a globe. It's always relative to the center of mass. So you do have
And the
up.
fact, well, exactly, a relative up. So there's no actual up. It's just out. It goes.
Or
out
we're
as far
talking about relative to wherever the gas is. Okay, so if we start on the ground, gas goes up. It goes out away from the center of mass, the direct
Right.
opposite direction of where gravity's supposedly pulling it. Okay, now
this is
just
subjective perspective of you, the observer, right? So it goes out from the center of the sphere,
which is the
as far
direct
as it can.
opposite direction that gravity's pulling it. You keep saying now gravity isn't technically pulling it, it's a gravity well and blah blah blah. It doesn't matter. Like you're saying
but
as
what's the
far as
reason
it
that it
can.
goes
You keep
out
saying
is
as far
because-
as it can. You keep saying as far as it
Yeah.
can. Where does it stop and why does it stop there?
Because it stops being pushed by the other gas.
Okay, so at what point in time does gas stop colliding with each other?
It doesn't.
Then it's going to keep being pushed by all of it. So it's going to keep going in all directions.
It's going to get pushed as far as there is energy on the gas below it to push it out. But no,
It's going to just
further
hit it. It's going to just keep hitting gas particles around it, and it's going to go left, right, straight up. That's the
no,
point.
It'll just go. It'll go side to side. At some point, it'll just go side to side.
What?
Around.
That doesn't make any sense. The gas is just
Yes,
going
it
to
does,
hit.
because
What?
because there is a force causing it to not go out any further.
Oh, the
There's a
force.
causing it to accelerate in. There's an inward acceleration, so it's going to
Bro.
go out as far as it can. But the inward acceleration of the gravity is going to cause it to find a place where it's no longer going out. There's no force to push it out, so it'll go side to side around.
All right,
It'll
bro.
stay around because it can't come down because there's pressure gradients, and it can't go out anymore because there's gravity causing acceleration in. So it'll find an equilibrium.
The gas is always going to
Check 'em
collide
out.
with the gas is always going to collide with itself, cause collisions that then make it go in all directions, and it's based on the
No,
angle. It's based on the angle of impact. You're
All
saying
directions
no.
that it can
You're
go.
saying no. This
All
is
directions that it can go.
this is why I'm trying. Yeah, and it can go in all
And
directions.
It can't go out anymore because there's a pressure.
Okay.
In, there's a
Okay.
pull in.
Appeal to possibility. Right, reification fallacy, affirming the consequent, begging the question. I don't want to do that, but that's what it is.
No, dude.
That I don't want to do that, but
No.
this is the point.
That's not correct.
It is, and I'm
We're
trying.
hypothesizing.
Bro, chill.
Hypothesizing something that we can't simulate.
Chill. I'm trying. Oh,
Hypotheses are
okay,
valid.
there you go. That's the point. I'm trying to fast forward us to the end of this. This is the end. You're claiming something that can't be tested. You're claiming.
You're claiming that your test debunks the thing, and I think it's invalid.
No, what I'm saying is, I'm saying, look at what all empirical evidence in reality shows us. This is how it always behaves. You're claiming there's an exception to it. And
No,
you're
I'm not
saying,
claiming an exception. You're pointing at evidence that isn't evidence. It's invalid. You're pointing at a test in a pressure gradient chamber. I don't think that's a valid test.
okay, but what I'm saying is,
you just claimed that it's untestable, and I'll say fine. So then we appeal to hypothesis and testing.
how about this? I'm gonna wrap up my point on this subject, and you can wrap up yours. Okay, I'm just gonna say mine, then you can have the final word. Okay, it's simple, right? So with all empirical evidence that we have, all empirical observations that we can make, when it comes to the behavior of gas disperses in all directions. Omnidirectional dispersal, because of entropy, all natural and spontaneous systems seek equilibrium. So when we observe gas in any scenario that we can actually test, it goes in all directions, and it always fills the available space of a low pressure system next to it. Always. Okay. And if you're going to claim that there's an exception, it doesn't do that in space, right? Which, even though the model does claim that gas does go into space, it claims, so there isn't just an arbitrary location where all of a sudden gravity stops it and it just goes side to side. Well, it claims that hydrogen goes off into space, right? Which disproves that point in your own model. But the point is that the simplest problem here is it's just an appeal to possibility. It's saying, well, technically, isn't it possible that eventually at a certain height, all of a sudden it would stop going there? And we're saying, no, the empirical evidence shows that gas always behaves a different way. If you're going to claim it's doing something else, you need to support it or verify it. And basically the idea is, oh, well, we can't go up there. We can't test it. Just trust me, bro. I'm hypothesizing something that can't be tested, which means it's just an unfalsifiable claim of anomalous physics that defy the physics we can verify. And that is why no flat earther will ever accept it, because it is antithetical to all empirical evidence, and it's just an appeal to possibility, right? That's my position.
All right. I think, and my position is that what you just stated is incorrect, and it's literally you're appealing to the second law of thermodynamics, and you seem to be ignoring the first law. Second law is entropy, that things are going to spread out in equal. You're going to seek equilibrium. They're going to seek that. That's something that we experience. Gas does that, sure. But the first law is that a thing will do what it's doing until acted on by another force. So that's what I'm saying is the limit. So yes, there is the second law is that things are going to seek equilibrium, but the first law is that if there's an opposite force, it will counteract a trajectory. So what we have is gas moving out because of entropy. It's seeking equilibrium, but there is a counteractive force that's causing it to not escape forever. It will collide and collide, but there is an equal and opposite force causing an acceleration in. So it is going out, or what you're calling up, which is subjective. So it is going out from the planet because of entropy and pressure gradation, and because of density. It is going out because of buoyancy. So the lighter gas, the less dense gas is more buoyant. So that causes it to go out from the sphere. But the first law says that because there's an equal and opposite reaction or force involved, there is also a force counteracting that, causing an equality, an equilibrium. The counteracting force is the pull of what we call gravity, or the acceleration inward toward the mass. So it is going out because of seeking equilibrium, but there's also a counter force causing it to fall in, called gravity, and the balancing of those two causes a pooling of the gas around the planet. That's the atmosphere. It's literally plain and simple. I think that you're appealing to some testing in a chamber with a bottle, and you're saying that this means that, and I don't think it does. I think you're appealing to a non sequitur in order to debunk something that you need to in order to basically like have a valid model, but I don't think you have. But I think that you're making a mistake. I don't think that your test that you're appealing to is valid. I think that the two forces, the two laws are in balance, and it does equal up to a pooling of the gas around the planet. The first law balances with the second law, entropy, and the other force of gravity, or whatever causes the acceleration downward, is countering the expansion up and outward. So we have a balance, and the gas doesn't just go forever because there is an opposite force.
Gotcha. So summary is gravity's just trying to hold a brother down, and everybody believes it. And quick correction, just for clarity, like that, you're talking about the first law of motion, which is Newton's first law of motion. Right. And that's different than the first and second law of thermodynamics. but
Okay,
it doesn't.
thank you. Yeah, that's cool.
It's all good. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like
Been a long
we,
time since eighth
it's
grade,
cool.
you
It's
know,
cool. It's cool. It's cool. We fundamentally disagree, and it's all good. I said my point. All right. I noticed that we're at 4 hours, so this is my limit. But I do. Thanks for coming on, and I'm gonna let everyone get their final little words in because I know every time I'm ready to leave, it's gonna end up still being a long time. And
Hey,
if
less than 20-second last final note, could I just make a request to you? If you
yeah.
check your DMs, I had a couple questions I asked you for the first few days. Maybe if you could follow up on those, it'd be cool.
Yeah, my bad. This is the worst platform to message me, but yes, I will check it.
Oh, okay. Should I use Twitter instead next time?
Telegram is the
Telegram.
best. Telegram's the
Okay.
best. Yep.
All right, I'm out. Thanks for having me on, Big Day.
Yeah, of course, yeah. All right. We're gonna go through the panel and let everybody kind of get their final words, tell them what's coming up, where to find you, stuff like that. People are getting triggered. I didn't respond. It's like, bro, I said my piece. Maybe I'll cover it in my closing or something. All right. So whoever wants to go on the panel and kind of tell everybody what you got coming up. And the guy just talking, that was Big Tech. He's on Kick. Is that right?
Yeah, thank you. Kick.com/bigtech.
There you go. All right. So we'll play it however it goes, right? So whoever wants to jump in on the panel, go for it. Kind of tell them what you got coming up, etc. Don't get nervous.
Yo. So thanks. Yeah. Good topic tonight. I certainly learned a few things tonight. Shout out to Sacred for that information about high pressures, bringing the curry point down even further. That's pretty hilarious. So as the pressures go up, the curry point goes down. So the probability of successfully generating a magnetic field also goes down. And actually, if you want to see my presentation about geomagnetism, check that out over on Ether Cosmology, specifically Ether Roundtable number 28. It's like only a few live streams back. Also, I would encourage, if you enjoy this kind of conversation, you guys should come join the Earth Awakenings Discord server. It's a really open platform, and people are hanging out here a lot. So yeah, come over here. And then just try to take a fresh look at these things. Don't try to let go of your preconceptions, because with size, like we're talking about the inside of the Earth. Well, if you go look at a seismology book, which is about trying to measure what's in the inside of the Earth, the first the first few chapters of an introduction to seismology book are all about astronomy. Like they want us to believe a sphere before we can even take measurements of the ground beneath our feet. So it's just kind of crazy. But yeah, so check us out tomorrow night we're gonna do reading night. After Alan does a presentation on Globebusters Tech about measurement. He'll be talking about that, I'm sure. So check that out. Globebusters Tech tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. And then after that at 10 p.m. Eastern, we'll be doing reading and research night over on Ether Cosmology. So check us out. If you want to find Ether Cosmology, you can find us at ethercosmology.com. We're also on YouTube. Flat Earth Fridays on Friday on Twitch or on Twitter and X with Proud Sacred and Levelheads. Check that out. And then every Tuesday and Thursday, we do reading and we do presentations over on Ether Cosmology. And if you like coffee, if you like fresh roasted coffee, check out Brushtail Coffee, brushtail.coffee. That's all me. I roast it and ship it myself. So, yep.
All the proceeds go to feeding a hungry Glober. All right. Who else we got?
I'll go if you want.
Yeah.
All right. So tonight was interesting, right? We started off with the Kola deep borehole, right? That got disseminated, right? Like really embarrassed. All the way down, they got it wrong. All the predictions wrong. Then we went to, where did we go to? We went to the center core, right? Their magnetism. We found out that's impossible because of the Curie point, right? There's no way magnetism could work down there the way they say. And their solution is, well, it just swirls around. Well, that's been proven wrong. Shout out Toby. He showed how they tried to recreate it. Not possible. And then, then the pièce de résistance is gas pressure without a container next to a vacuum. another impossibility. So, I mean, 1, 2, 3 strikes you're out, right? So, I mean, there's really not much that the globe accomplished, or everything was shown not to work the way they say it. So yeah, that's it. And yeah, we hang out at Earth Awakening, so come check us out.
Yeah, that's my boy SC. He'd be at Earth Awakenings quite a bit. All right, who we got next? All right, I'm about to plug everyone. Last chance. All right, we got my boy Alan. That's Space Audits on all platforms. I don't know his URLs off the top of my head because I am not his secretary or PR guy, but
SpaceAudits.net.
there you go. SpaceAudits.net. He was too cool to stick around. I'm kidding. But yeah, check him out. And they hang over at Ether Cosmology a lot. Like he said, he has a reading night coming up. So check them out, dude. They cover a lot of the more of the cutting edge technicalities that we're discovering. And also shout out to Flat Earth Fridays on X. They normally go far into Saturday, depending on how it goes. Normally it may get shut down, but just stick around and try to find it. Anyway, Flat Earth Friday, shout out to them. My boy Sacred and Proud. Very entertaining and always good information there. So shout out to those guys, bunch of legends. And cool, I think that's it. I'll pop over to Solo Cam and do a little closing. So basically what we covered was, very quickly, that the deepest hole ever dug on Earth is the borehole in Russia, 7.8 miles. So no one knows what's beneath that. The interesting part about it was when they went down, they had this entire globe model. We're shown cartoons. We know it's a fact, you stupid flurf. We know what's in the center of the Earth. We know what the layers are. Here's a cartoon, blah, blah, blah. Well, they dug a hole in reality, in the real world, not cartoons, and they were wrong the entire way. And not just kind of wrong. They were grossly wrong about everything. The temperature was increasing at twice the rate it was predicted to, which is a major problem and has huge implications, because if at that rate you're going to have an incredibly hot core, doesn't work. It's just big problems for them. They noticed that there was water where there was supposed to not even possibly be any water. They noticed that there was, like, it was dry or wet, or vice versa, where it was supposed to be the other way. They noticed that the densities of the material wasn't right. They noticed that the pressure wasn't correct. They noticed that there were, what do they call it? Geochemical anomalies, basically chemistry anomalies that aren't possible due to the model that they claimed, and it didn't work. So all of these seismological claims and these, oh, look at the vibrations and the frequencies, I promise this is how we map out the Earth and we know it's science. No, you don't. We went 8 miles down. You were wrong about everything. But I guarantee you, right before they dug that hole, if we had a conversation with the globe Earth proponent about the core, the layers of the Earth, they would have swore up and down they knew it was right. You're stupid, and there are scientists that do this for a living, and there's seismology and geologists, and we know exactly what's there. They were wrong, literally wrong about everything the entire way down 8 miles. Of course, that's important when we talk about how they're making a claim as to what's 3,959 miles down. That led us into the idea of this core, and we pointed out how they used to say that there was an iron core and that the magnetic field was generated from that, like, permanent magnet iron core. Then they had to keep refining their model over time because it's not the truth. So what happens, people will say, oh, that's how science works. Well, science refines in the correct direction when you have a proper theory. You don't have to completely scrap out and invert and reverse and completely change and make opposite claims and go the other way and hijack stationary plane physics over and over if your model's right. And so anyway, what they did was they kept making the temperature hotter and hotter because their model was falling apart and imploding on itself. They got to such high temperatures, someone pointed out, bro, we got a major problem. There's something called the Curry point, and whenever metals get that hot, they can no longer have magnetic properties. It's called the Curry point. Simple analogy: you have a magnet, it gets really, really hot, it'll no longer be a magnet. So what did they do? They moved it to the outer core. They said there's a liquid outer core spinning around the inner core, and that's what generates electrical currents called convection currents, and these create a magnetic field. But the problem with that is that's called a geodynamo model, and whenever they've tried to replicate it, it doesn't work. It's literally physically impossible. It defies known physics. It can't be replicated. It doesn't match the axial rotation of the Earth. No one can even show it working mathematically with supercomputers in 2024 at the world's most prestigious universities, meaning that the globe model has now been dwindled down to a claim, right, that is literally impossible when it comes to physics. It can't be demonstrated to even be shown theoretically, even in terms of math. And then in physics experiments, it completely falls flat on its face. It doesn't work at all, right? And we're not even going to get into the fact that it's supposedly changing speed, which defies the conservation of energy and momentum. And now they claim that it's going slower and looks like it's going backwards from the surface. And there's all kinds of problems. Then you also have the asymmetry problem, which means if you have little concentric spheres inside of a globe, then you're going to have a magnetic field that's symmetrical on the top and bottom coming out from that magnetic source in the center. Yet we know that the magnetic field on the Earth is not symmetrical at all whatsoever. And the poles aren't even 180 degrees away from each other, which is again another physical impossibility. You cannot have convection currents with a geodynamo model creating a magnetic field and then have the poles not 180 degrees away. Now, what we know is that they're trying to map out the Earth's magnetic field on a sphere that isn't a proper representation of the Earth. The land isn't properly laid out. When you get to the south, it's complete deception. And all the evidence has shown that with the lack of undersea cables from continent to continent in the south, from the distances that are tracked for when people try to go out there and actually take boats to map it out for the magnetic declination, the time zones, the amount of time it takes the boats to travel, etc. And that makes perfect sense that when we look at the magnetic field data trapped out on a globe, it doesn't work. So that's called the asymmetry problem. Stanford, Harvard, Yale will tell you it doesn't work. We showed a paper. We'll drop it in my Telegram. That's t.me/Witsit. I know I'm going fast. You can slow it down, but t.me/Witsit streams. We'll drop the sources. We have dozens and dozens of PDFs explaining all of the anomalies and discrepancies and the impossibilities of the core model. And that's why we titled this The Core of Your Belief, because it's ironic that people are like, where's your flat earth model? Where's your flat earth model? And then they're like, the globe earth model works so well. And they don't realize that we don't have entire earth models. We model out different phenomena, like the geomagnetic model is the magnetic field. The geodynamo model is the core model of the globe, right? And it doesn't work. To the very beginning, where you have to have a certain size, a certain center, which gravity is relative to the center of mass, the very core of the entire model has been demonstrated to literally not be possible physically. Flat earthers are not saying that. Stanford PhD physicists are telling you that, right? This isn't a flat earther that doesn't understand science. This is flat earthers that have done diligent research and found out that it literally doesn't work in reality. So that's kind of the summary of it. And this is what I want to really point out here. I'm always excited to see anyone kind of just starting to inform themselves about the globe Earth, whether they believe it, I hate when people take too adamant of a stance publicly, because normally they dig their heels in and it makes it way harder to walk it back. But just so you guys know, what happened to all of us is we thought this was the stupidest, most insane thing ever. We obviously had a bias against it. We definitely didn't want to be a flat earther. Why would we want to be ostracized? Why would we want to jeopardize any type of future employment, etc.? But you will notice that this is the way it works. And in conclusion, when someone, the side that is more informed is the side that ends up being a flat earther every single time, like 99% of the time. Whenever it's the group, you notice the relationship between knowledge, the inversely proportionate relationship between understanding the model and believing in it. The group of people that have actually informed themselves, right, and done this nerdy, weird thing post-school, go and learn all kinds of physics and stuff, suspend belief and figure out what they believe, they don't believe in it. The people that are the most informed on the model don't believe in the model, because that's when it falls apart. And so you have to be able to detach from, well, either replace it, how would the flat earth work? Or it's like, okay, is the globe actually true? Because what I experience is a stationary plane every day. All right, that's the summary. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. Yeah, I would say, obviously, just to reiterate, it's obviously a pretty important thing if you have a model that it has to be accurate all the way down 4,000 miles and it was completely wrong every way down 7 miles. And you don't even have like mechanisms to create this globe model in the first place. That's been demonstrated to be impossible in reality. Same thing goes for the gas pressure thing. People were crying about that. Really quickly, it's a claim of anomalous physics. If you think that gravity all of a sudden stops an invisible barrier by the vacuum, and then they dap each other up, they say, you know what, we're going to call a truce here and we're not going to equalize. It's a claim of anomalous physics. And so what you always find with the globe is that it's like, oh, but this is the one exception. This is the one anomaly. When it comes to the globe Earth on the big scale, it's different. I promise, bro, right? Everything is the opposite of what you experience. It's all an illusion. You can never prove us right. Therefore, you can never prove us wrong, but just trust me. And people think if you can just explain the theory, if you're like, well, imagine if this happened, or imagine if it worked like that, right? That makes sense, right? Like, I think that makes sense. They think if it makes sense, that somehow makes it true. If you can try to present an idea that makes sense. The problem is normally it doesn't even make sense. Even if it did make sense and you could show that it was physically possible, that still doesn't prove it. That's called appealing to possibility. So that's kind of a lot there. I know that was kind of an overload, but obviously just dispel this notion there's a bunch of people that are trying to con you, trying to lie to you. That's not the truth, bro. It's way easier for us to be like, oh man, look how awesome Elon Musk is. Let's go to space. Okay, it's just fake. I'm sorry. They're lying to you. But I encourage you to inform yourself. Thank you guys for kicking it. Like I said, we do this every Wednesday, and we always invite people that believe in the Earth being a globe or on the fence or whatever. You get priority. You can come in here, raise your hand, links in the description. And that's it. Okay, we're gonna get out of here because I didn't realize we were already so late. So shout out to everyone that came, whether you think the Earth, is this fairy tale we were told. I mean, like that's what I think it's a fairy tale, right? But whatever. If you believe it's a globe or not, whatever, we're on the same team. Hopefully you're here to find truth, and if that's the case, then we're on the same team. But you weren't really told all this information, and I know for a fact if you're in the audience and you're new to the subject, you're learning more than you remember from school. You're learning more about the globe model than you probably ever knew and ever retained. And that is a sign that you have been deceived, because the way the propaganda was given to you is in a way that was really overly simplified and easy to remember and wasn't accurate, and you don't remember it. You weren't told the alternatives and you weren't told the problems. That's what someone does when they're lying. Like how if your girlfriend's cheating, she might not let you see her Snapchat. So hopefully you guys can apply that pattern recognition. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So who cares what other people think, right? Because almost always the majority of people are wrong, and they're going to attack you. Certainly if the truth that you're delivering is uncomfortable, right? They're going to shoot the messenger. That's a saying for a reason. Kind of like wear it as a badge of honor. I mean, if you live through the pandemic, then you know what that's like, and like, oh, well, how'd that turn out for all the people that were gaslighting you, right? So just keep speaking the truth. If you want to support the channel, links in the description. I'm going to try to do a few more streams. We have Owen Benjamin moderating a debate between me and a pastor from Baptist Bias. That's with Pastor Anderson. His name is Pastor Shelley, debating Flat Earth next Tuesday. I'll be on the Donut Factory tomorrow. A few other appearances I'll let you guys know. And yeah, what's true is rarely popular, and what's popular is rarely true. I'll catch up with you guys later. Peace.
Days after days, pseudoscience just a big charade, making theories they just can't explain, on philosophically biased claims. Days after days, we break away just like a renegade, so pay attention, gonna get a grade. With school and globers till they all awake. School and globers with diplomas and a chip on the shoulder. Debate is over, mind is sober, solar system disclosure. Can't go back once you heard the facts. You make a pact, never take the last. School and ballers and the followers that give them the dollars. They try to holler in the chat that you're a fraud, not a scholar. They hating y'all, that's why they attack. The earth is flat no matter how much they laugh. Days after days, pseudoscience just a big charade, making theories they just can't explain, on philosophically biased claims. Days after days, we break away just like a renegade, so pay attention, gonna get a grade. With school and globers till they all awake.
Sign up, become a misfit. Those who don't fit, society gives us a skip. We ain't about that mainstream. That what's popular ain't true. What's true ain't popular. Flip, Miss Wits in the house. We come through it with some sharp. We cut right through. We don't follow trends. We got our own groove. Breaking the mold, making the move. We ain't about that fake facade and switch. We stand proud in our eye. We see through the tricks and love to defy society standards. We're gonna fly. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah.